black tide arrived in Amphorius.
Oops. That's the wrong window. Alrighty, hi chat. Okay, so we're going to draw Hyacinth today. Hopefully we can at least get like the base colorings done today, because like if you guys can even see it, it says work time 5 hours and half an hour here, which means I've spent like 5 hours working on this and I haven't made any real progress, which is concerning at the very least. And I'm still deciding on like the color scheme, so to be honest, yeah, I think we might be kind of cooked, but I'm having an art block already. I'm just like trying to find out what color is the best for this one, and now I'm kind of like stuck here. So my plan is to do the grayscale first, just so you know. And then I also tried to like use pictures of real places, because well, it's Amphorius. So these kind of pillars should kind of fit. This is a picture I took in Brisbane, so maybe it will fit, who knows. We'll try to use it. Hello Noodles, hello. Oh, how did I pronounce your name? Daisy Anime Art. Hello, I'm doing great. Thanks for asking, how are you doing? Alrighty. And if you guys see up above, you can find the Easter egg in which I named the file wrong actually. It was supposed to be Hyacinth, but I don't know why. The first time I've written the name of the file, it made it become Hyain. So now I renamed it again, so it shows two names. One is like Hyacinth and the other one is Hyain. Which is kind of embarrassing, to be honest. Maybe I'll put this in the folder as well. Alrighty. That's the rainbow. And then yeah, still figuring it out. Those are the references. This is a direct reference from this scene, which I really like. I really adore Hyacinth. So why not draw her? And everyone says that I look like Hyacinth, and which I kind of do. I actually kind of do look like Hyacinth, and I adore her. So I'm thinking about it, about the composition, and it's not going too well to say the least. I really don't know what to do from now. I need hinges for some, inspiration. Hello Pebbles, how are you doing? How are you Pebbles? My original plan is to have a daylight blue sky in here, and then the other plan is to have like a dark sky in this part. So this is gonna be day, and then this is gonna be dark, night. But it actually didn't work out too well, which is a little surprising to me, because I thought it was going to work well and then it didn't. So we need a new plan. Hello Pepper, you're here for a drawing? Thank you. So yeah, that plan failed tragically. And this mirror is a big thing, because I was planning to put every single Crisis Air into this mirror. So let's say this is gonna be, okay, let me just write their name in. So let's say this is gonna be Aglaya. I'm not sure if this is how I spell her name. Probably. Aglaya. And then this might be Castorus. Let's say this is Saridra. Or Saridra, I don't know how to pronounce her name still. I don't know, this is gonna be... I'm just gonna draw Cypher's ear in here. This is gonna be Cypher. This is gonna be this is gonna be Midday. I'm so sorry, my boy. I'm just gonna draw him here, like right here. Barely visible. I don't draw male, so that's not on me. Hello, J-Ho, hello. It's niece Hina, hello, Uncle Ho. Long time no see, how have you been? Alright, I'm just gonna like talk while I draw it. This is gonna be fine then. Okay. I'm trying to work with my composition already, but it's not working out too well. Like, I tried it from my original concept, right? It's been like 6 hours. Just back home from convention. Oh, right, you have a convention in Canada, right? That's so cool. When did you start drawing? Do you mean like this piece, or how long have I drew for? As to how long I have drew for in general, if you're including traditional or just like scribbling and like, you know, watercolor traditional art, then it dates back to when I was 3 years old. I started drawing when I was 3 years old. Technically 2, when my mom gave me like a toy watercolor brush and I just drew every day. But then if you're talking about digital art and when I started to lock in, then it will be about 5 years ago, 5 or 4, around that. Thank you so much for subscribing, Eric, by the way. Sorry that I didn't thank you in this first moment. Who are we missing? That's gonna be my silence. Then that's gonna shit, what? Midday and High Silence, I feel so bad. That's gonna be Midday, that's gonna be fine. Who am I missing? Who am I even missing, dude? There's 12 Chrysos heirs. Oh right, every night. How could I forget about? Oh wait, Tribby. Tribby should be here first. I mean, lore-wise, Hyacinth has never met Evernight, right? But I mean, to be fair, she has never met Sarija and High Silence as well. But I don't care. Arts. This is one hell of a lore inaccurate art. Hello Hina. Hello Voltic. Saw you going viral on Instagram, congrats, thank you. I mean, not really, I guess. It actually worked out more so on Twitter for some reason. So I posted like the, what is that again? The Columbina art on Twitter, and then for some reason it got really viral, and I'm pretty sure there's like 200,000 views right now. I'm talking about like 200k. That's crazy. Have a good stream, Hina. Thank you, Pebbles. You need to go now because you're on data already. See you. Hello, Fana. Oh, how do I pronounce your name? Fananat? Hi, welcome to the stream. You're here for my first time. Welcome. I guess I kind of had to introduce myself now then. I'm a casual guide maker, but not really because I'm not professional, so treat my videos as more something like sharing to how I draw personally, and don't take my advice into like a professional field perspective, because if you want to look for a professional, you probably need to go to art school. But I'm here, I'm just sharing how I draw personally because I've not been to art school. Hello, Wiffleoffy! Oh, that's a really cute name. Hello. Okay, so that's gonna be the Chrysos heirs mirrors. And then as for the background, I am still very confused and not in a good way. So what I'm planning to do is to actually probably do the grayscale first again, as I usually do. I mean, that worked out pretty well in the last 2 pieces of art. So I'm gonna do the grayscale first and then see how it works out. So I'm planning to do the grayscale and then use a bunch of different graded maps to try out if it, like, which grading works the best for the background and the foreground. Well, there's no foreground, but background, you get what I mean. Okay, just to make it clear, let me use a gray color for Hyacinth. Yeah, that looks better. Now it's more distinguishable, I guess. What is this? Where's the, where's Hyacinth? Oh, that's her. I was looking at your newest video and I don't know why, but I was so lost. Oh no, I'm sorry. Honestly, I kind of like, I was kind of surprised that some people, which I thank you very much, are actually following what I'm talking about in the video, because like I feel like I'm not the best guide maker. Probably not, because I explain things so like I jump around a lot when I explain stuff, so maybe it'll be a little confusing for everyone to like kind of get what I'm talking about. But that's why I live stream anyways, because if anyone has questions about like drawing, then you can ask me and seek for my non-professional, not even advice. You're here to see my coloring? Oh shit, I'm sorry, this live... okay, I really hope I get into the... I really do. I really hope I get into the base coloring today. But I'm not sure about it because like I'm stuck in the composition. So I really do hope that we get into base coloring today. But hopefully, I mean, I'm probably gonna like do a really long live stream as I always do again. Oh, by the way, chat, aside from doing guides, I'm actually also planning to do gaming content. So I'm not sure if you guys were like would like it, but then maybe I'll make a video about like, you know, reviewing Genshin Impact. No, reviewing Honkai Star Rail character designs as a failing artist. I'm gonna make a fucking video about reviewing and analyzing HSR character designs as a failing artist. That's gonna be one hell of a video, which is kind of funny. Because I was trying to follow along, but you just couldn't. Nothing against you. It's just that you're kind of slow. No, dude. If you're not following the video, that's probably on me. Well, if you have any questions, feel free to ask in my live stream. I can always explain it to you. That's what I usually do in live streams anyways. Like not even half. 20% of the time I'm actually drawing, 30% of the time I'm actually answering questions. It's alright, I'm kind of slow as well, to be honest. I am actually pretty slow, and I've had a hard time, you know, trying to follow up what's happening, even in school. So, you know, in college I still have a problem with like socializing because I'm just actually slow. So I'm just like slow on like how to socialize. And my mom, like, I'm having a holiday right now, right? And then like my mom was like, okay, you have to stop staying in the student accommodation every day. You should probably go out and touch some grass and also socialize. And I was like, Mom, I don't know how to socialize. And my mom was like, okay, if you don't know how to socialize, that's probably why, because you're not socializing at all. You know, like, my mom's kind of got a point. That doesn't mean I want to socialize though. My mom may have got her point, but I don't know. I still don't feel like socializing, dude. You're very slow too? It's alright, we all are. Hey, so how long does it take for you to finish a drawing? Oh, that really depends. Good question. Give me a second. Let me open some of my artwork so you might have a better view of, you know. So, it depends. For example, if I were to open that one Aglaya artwork, which actually did pretty well on Instagram. Where is it? Okay. I just realized I even named her name wrong. It's Aglaya, not Aglia. 2 hours? 2 hours is way too quick. I'm trying to improve my drawing speed, but I'm just very, very indecisive. So I draw really slow. You know, the funny thing is, whenever I make a video guide, I always speak in the tone like, don't I do this every time in my videos? I go like, hi everybody, my name is Tina and these are my artworks. I actually get some questions pretty often. Like, I always speak in this tone, but then in real life my tone is just like, yeah, no, I don't care. This is my real voice, but then I somehow have like another voice when I voice guides, for some reason. Question teacher? Yes? Well, I'm not a teacher, but you know, yes. fun fact, both of my parents are teachers, but I feel like I wouldn't be a good teacher. Who knows? I mean, being a teacher is a pretty damn good job in Hong Kong. It pays really well. So, maybe. Who knows? Ziyun, hello! Oh, is your profile picture Robin? That's so cool. Robin. For me, like, I don't know, 16 hours? Maybe more if I'm procrastinating really hard. I'm so slow. Okay, here's my estimation of this artwork, right? I feel like I'm probably going to spend about 30 hours on this one for some reason because, like, I'm already stuck at the base coloring. So, I mean, the composition. And even, like, just the rough draft. So, I know for a fact that this is gonna spend so much longer than I wanted to for some reason. Gotta learn, gotta do some work already. Thank you, Uncle Ho. It's oil, thank you. Oh shit, now my drawing program is freezing. Anyways, if you look at my Instagram, right? Because I can't show it on stream for some reason, my computer is crashing again. If you look at my Instagram, oh, finally! That took a very long time. So this one, I spent like about 30 hours, which I honestly shouldn't have. I spent about 30 hours for this one, again, which I shouldn't have, because like this should look something like a 20-hour one. It shouldn't have taken this long, but then, you know, for some reason, it just actually took that long. And for other artwork, so it really depends. So this one, like, I spent about 30 hours on this one. And then for some other ones, I spent like less than 20 hours. And for some, less than 15 hours, which is pretty damn crazy. How do you add the base colors into the shadows? The base color, I go about 2 ways. So the first way is to like just, well, first of course is to have the silhouette ready first and then just color every part individually. So for example, skin color, hair, whatever color it is. So it's kind of like a less coherent method, but then it gives the art more pop because it's more distinctive. But then the other way around it, which I actually do more now, is to color the base color with the skin color first, and then use an airbrush or like a semi-transparent brush to color the hair and the clothes. Because if I use a semi-transparent brush to color the hair, I mean the base color, then that means that it's gonna like seep through the skin color as well. So what would happen is, for example, this one, by the way, I spent about 20 hours for this one, which is pretty quick. So you see how there's like skin color at the end of the hair? That's because when I did the base colors, I used a semi-transparent brush to color the hair, so that it can, like, you know, have some skin color, which makes it more transparent and more coherent. Also works on the clothes. It's kind of like a little skin color seeping through here. Yeah, I actually really like this piece. I really like it. Then I can't say the same for this one. How does one create such complicated sketch? I don't know, but this is not working out too well for me. Like, I wish I could say the same for this one. Aglaia, love her. Dude, Aglaia is one character that when I started playing Amphorius, I didn't like her. I'm gonna be really honest, I kind of don't like her when I first started like 3.0 because I felt like, why is she being so condescending? Like, I get your, you know, Greek goddess of beauty, goddess of love stuff, but then why are you so condescending, dude? But then, like, the more you get into the story, you find out that she's just actually a good person. She's just actually a good person, and like, you can't say anything against her. She's just that good. She has done nothing wrong in the whole story, and I feel so bad for her and Cypher, dude. Honestly, spending a ridiculous amount of time on drawing art is so relatable. We all have a weird relationship with art Because on one hand, we love it. It's our passion, right? But then on the other hand, we have like a masochistic relationship with art. Because like you draw for so long and you get stuck with art block. But then another time you just suddenly, oh, it piqued my mind, and then I just suddenly have something come up again. The art is so beautiful, thank you so much. Eidolon. Hello Eidolon. Love your art, thank you so much. So how does one have ideas about art, like your Chess Miku and that golden gal that's named Aglaya? So the Chess Miku, you probably talk about Saridra. That one was an inspiration from Pinterest. So I looked up on Pinterest about chess because I don't know anything about international chess. I mean Western chess. So I had to look into how to play it anyways in order to draw it. So then I looked some photos on Pinterest, and then I found a pretty interesting one, which is the chessboard being broken. And I thought that was pretty interesting, and that character is heavily related to the concept of chess and the imperator. So it would be a great idea if I just put her on the chessboard, commanding chess and just like dominating the chessboard. So that's where I got the idea from. She's stepping on the chessboard because she is dominating the chessboard, and is breaking because, again, she is dominating the chessboard. On the other hand, she's also commanding the other chess pieces, which is where I got the idea from. And for Aglaya's artwork, it is a reference to in-game animations. So in her attack animation, I'm pretty sure she draws a fucking sword out of her mech. Well, the Garden Maker, but you know, to have non-HSR fans know about this, like the other mech thingy, she draws this sword out of it. So I just kind of changed an angle and feel like it would be great if they kind of dance together, because that's what she did in her trailer as well. So essentially it's just combining different concepts that happened for that character. And then for Hyacinth, I just really like her. I feel like she is so underrated. I get the argument about power of friendship, blah blah blah, but then there's so much more than power of friendship. I love her so much. She's just a person who never was meant to fight and never wanted to fight, and then she just had to. And then she fucking jumped into lava to save everybody in the world. She's a healer. She's never fought. She never really went through too much hardships up until the war. And then she just decided to jump into lava because she wanted to save everyone. Imagine the pain she went through, dude. She is so underrated. I love it sometimes because I like the art that I make sometimes, but then I look at other people's art and I'm like, damn, I'm not shit, but I'm just gonna be honest, those are just excuses. I mean, I look at other people's art as well, and I was like, what the fuck, how do you even come up with that? how the hell do you even come up with that, dude? I am confused as well, because I look at some really good artists and I was like, how? Guess I'm lacking to practice, huh? I have this thing where whenever I don't draw for a prolonged time, but when it comes back, somehow I'm so much better. That happens with me as well, but it's more so in the music. This doesn't happen in art because I draw so often, but then this happens to me in music. Whenever I don't play a piano, a month later, I just actually get better at it. For some reason. I love Hyacinth, my favorite girl. Second favorite character beneath Robin. Dude, Hyacinth is just underrated, and you cannot convince me otherwise. She's just underrated. Look, I'm gonna be really honest with you. I know for a fact that if her kit, she wasn't that good in the meta, I don't think people would have pulled for her. It's not that I hate her, I really love her. But then, let's be real, if her in-game kit wasn't this broken, I don't think a lot of people would have pulled for her. Because people just think she beats with power of friendship, which is not true again. Robin, I don't have much feelings about Robin. She's just there for me. She's just there. But then I love Hyacinth. Probably because the history of Celiosi and the Sky Folk was so well written that I was just so touched about it. It was just genuinely good. Alrighty. So my another plan to counter this problem, maybe I'll draw some like mirrors or like canvases in here. Like here. And then they would display like her reflection. Who knows? Alrighty, gradient map, of course. Hello! Oh wait, how do I pronounce your name? Is that a hyphen or... wait. I don't want to mispronounce your name. Is your name a hyphen or is your name like one in Japanese and Chinese? Yeah, it's kind of like the Cypher situation, even though she's like incredibly loved. Turns out people didn't really pull on her banner. I think Cypher, people just didn't pull on Cypher because like Finan was next patch, and then there's also the Fate Stay Night collab. That's why people didn't pull on her. Cypher, at the first I was like, oh my gosh, it's like a cat girl again. They're trying to sell the cat girl idea again. But then later in the story, I was like, sorry, I was so wrong about you. I am so sorry, Cypher. I was so wrong about you. Oh, it's Hito? Sorry, I genuinely can see your PFP because like it's so small on my screen. The chat is really small on my screen. Her voice acting is so good, and apparently that was actually her ENVA's first role. That's the whole adventuring situation all over again. That's crazy. You know how crazy that is? Her death scene. Spoilers. Her death scene. It was so good. She just died and I was like, victory is mine, fiend. It was so good. She was like, her voice is genuinely so cool. Like, she was really assertive about like her trickery thing, and then she really does sound like someone who's like doing stuff in the shadows and just like actually saving the world in the process. Like, it's so good. It genuinely sounds like she's dying. She would like, only a fool can like fall for the same trick 3 times, right? And it's really good. And then her hallucinating Aglaya is so sad. Yeah, I think a lot of people don't actually get the Aglaya part. Like, I think a lot of people don't realize that Aglaya did not show up in reality in the story. It wasn't like a flashback thing. It wasn't a flashback. It's just that because Cypher really wanted to see Aglaya and she was believing that Aglaya is here, and that's why Aglaya appeared. It was actually kind of like real and fake. It wasn't a flashback. It's because of her power of trickery, which Aglaya actually appeared, which is so tragic. That's so sad, dude. Like, Aglaya wasn't a flashback. She's here because Aglaya wanted to see her. That is like next level sad. Alright, let me try some different gradients and see which one fits the best. Dang, I know! It's so freaking good. Not gonna lie, that the whole Amphorius cast has really good EN voice. Up until 3.5, up until 3.6, beforehand, I was using JP voice, but then I switched to EN later on. I actually used JP as well on Genshin, because I used to feel like JP is just better. I was wrong. EN is actually really good. And in some characters, I'd argue that the EN is actually better than JP. Wait, this actually fits pretty well. What the fuck? I'd say that like EN actually fits better. So for example, Furina, god damn it, Furina, her EN voice is, in my opinion, in my very own opinion, is actually better than her JP, which is incredible. And then for Sarydra, I think her ENVA is really good as well. Cypher, her ENVA may or may not be better than JP. It's so good. Other than that, I'm not sure about the other characters. Oh, Finan. Finan's ENV is really good as well. honestly, you love Aglaya's voice. I think she had like British accents, right? But then the Hoyoverse removed her British accent in the game, which was kind of sad because I love the British accents. It's kind of sad that they just removed it. It's kind of sad, honestly. You're back to your original PFP. I know, it's like I recognize you better with your original PFP. I never cried from my video game before Amphorius. Well, I cry a lot, so I've cried in Genshin, I've cried in a lot of movies, even though I didn't watch a lot. I don't think I cried in Amphorius. I guess I just kind of shed a tear. It was so sad. But then, like, I kind of expected it because it's based on like HI3. The whole story of Amphorius is pretty much just Honkai Impact Bird, which honestly I hope they kind of gave it a little more, you know. Now it's just Honkai Impact Bird, but oh, okay, I'm gonna like address on this Cyrene problem because I've seen a lot of people talking about how Cyrene is too similar to Alicia, and I agree. I actually agree. Like, regardless, I'm probably gonna pull for her if I have the Jades. But it is, to me, very real that I think she's way too similar to Alicia because I really hope the next patch they're gonna address it properly because right now, it just kind of seems like they're trying to sell Alicia in HSR. They're trying to sell like the old feeling, the nostalgia of HI3 players with Cyrene, and they're trying to make Cyrene look like Alicia, just straight out of Honkai Impact Bird, which I think I really prefer Cyrene's original design because that gives her so much more character. Her original design is very heavily related to Nanook, which is really good. Like, it's way better than her new design, I think. Even though it's simple, like I think it just looks better. And it gives her more personality. It fits her in story a lot more. She fits more like a teenager who wanted to, you know, talk about time and all about cars, magic, memories. Her new design is just like, I'm gonna get married. But just kind of weird to me. Her Ian voice. Oh, sorry, I didn't read this. I was in your live a couple days ago. Oh, thank you so much. Wait, I recognize you, Opal. What did I miss with the drawing? Well, we're starting a new one. Like, her Ian voice is quite unique because of the elegant accents. Yeah, I know. Like, she talks like, Trailblazer, welcome to Akuma. This is a place where Akuma is known as the holy city. Everyone is here now that the other cities are devoured by the Black Tide. She talks like this and it's really good. Not gonna lie, I prefer English more than JP for Hoyo games. I used to prefer JP, now I prefer Ian. But then there are some characters that I honestly just prefer JP. For example, Veressa. No shame on the voice actor, I just think like the the director wasn't the best at their job, especially for Veressa, because she's so obviously marketed as like a cute girl, ooh, I'm gonna like jump on you kind of character, but then her voice doesn't sound like it, which I think is a voice director problem. It's not a voice actor problem. But there are some characters that I honestly prefer JP. I really like Herda as JP. Herda as Ian is so good, but then her JP is just too good. That was the thing I was holding back when I switched to Ian. And also, Fei Xiao. I really loved Fei Xiao's JP VA. Okay, if it's not the first time you see me, you probably know I'm a huge simp for Fei Xiao. Every time she appears on the screen, I would scream. Because she's just, you know, Fei Xiao! I love you! I just love her a lot. So I was holding back a lot when I switched to EN, because of her JP voice. I loved it so much. I love context. I like the Ian voice of Needle from Code Vein. It was a perfect fit for the character. Ian voices, a lot of the like voice artists really knew the character. They really dug into it. They've done such a good job. Based? Dude, I'm so surprised that Feisha isn't that popular at all. I was so disappointed. What do you mean she's not actually that popular? She's not even in the popularity list? What? How dare you? How dare you? She has to be in the popularity list. Why are you not in the popularity list? Excuse me. I'm gonna like, you know, it's my birthday next month, right? I'm gonna buy like most of her merch and put it in my room when I get back to Hong Kong. I swear. I'm gonna get it from China. I'm gonna get it back to Australia. You know the best part about being a Hoyo fan in Hong Kong is that all the all the official Hoyo merch is in China, and I can just get it from Hong Kong. Without like the shitty dropshipper stuff where they tax you like 100% for like transaction stuff and then like shipping. No, I can just get it from my country. Are we going now? Alrighty, see you, Hideo. Another Feisha lover? I love her, genuinely. I actually played Honkai Star Rail partially because of her. Like, I started playing Honkai Star Rail at like 2.7 actually. And then one day I was like, I always wanted to try Honkai Star Rail. I have a account beforehand. I just didn't play it because I hated the turn-based combat. But then like one day I was just like looking at Hoyo's art and I saw like the Mid-Autumn Festival facial artwork. I was like, oh my gosh, she is so hot! And then I just played Honkai Star Rail, pulled for her, called it a day. You know the best thing is that it's conveniently her banner. That happened with me in Genshin as well, because I fell in love with Xiao and it was conveniently his banner when I started the game. Yeah, so I was like, oh my gosh, Feisha, I need to get you so bad. So yeah, I got her. Wait, why does this actually kind of fit? This is ass, but it kind of fits somehow. Oh no. Oh no, dude. Oh no, 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 oh no. Oh no, no, no. Why does this kind of fit? Oh no. Oh no. This kind of fits. Wait, it actually kind of looks good. Why? Why do you have to look good now? Oh my gosh. Now I'm gonna like do the rainbow shit. Oh my gosh. Why does it actually look good? Uh-oh. I was there on the release date. I actually am as well, which I kind of felt sad because like on the release date I made an account, but then I forgot the account credentials. So I probably lost a very valuable account because I was there when when the server gates opened. My friend called me like, hey, the server's open, and I was like, I created an account. So it was probably a very, very valuable account, but I just lost it. Feisha would probably get more screen time. I mean, she's gonna fight Phantilia, right? Okay, I look up a lot in theories, and I'm pretty sure she's probably going to fight Phantilia. So I think she is probably gonna get a lot more screen time later. And I mean, Xianzhou's gonna be in next patch as well. She's gonna be in next patch. I'm going to stream like 3.7 probably because I love her so much. I can't wait to see Feisha again. Like, get the fuck out of there, the Amphorius cast, except Hyacinth. I'm sorry, I don't care about Amphorius anymore. I need my Feisha back right now, right here. Emerge. I need her right now. I mean, I don't know what you're imagining for this art color, but I'll let you cook, thank you. Honestly, I don't as well. I'm just trying around with like different colors, so maybe it will fit, maybe it will not, you know, just trying around. I don't like how there's a lot of green because I personally don't like green. Can I make it like less green, dude? Why does it kind of look good? Now I'm kind of confused as well. I feel like it looks good because Hyacinth's character revolves with rainbow. You like the green? Alright, we're gonna keep the green. Just because you said you like green, we're gonna keep it. She was on Mirrored Celestia, and there's going to be an arc with the Stellaron Hunters. She's affiliated with the Stellaron Hunters? That's one more reason to like her. Look at her, can you not like her, dude? Wait, I'm gonna put her on the screen. I feel like everyone who hopped onto my stream deserves and has to look at Fei Xiao. Do we have a Fei Xiao PNG, bro? She should be on the screen right now. I need a PNG of her. Where's her PNG? Does she have a PNG? Can anyone send me a PNG of Fei Xiao? Oh wait, I have it. Holy shit. People should see her, okay? That's what I'm saying. You know why I am so unproductive during like drawing art? That's because I'm doing this shit like every stream. Start stream, plans to draw, 10 minutes in starts to explain how to render, another 10 minutes in starts to sim for whatever character there is. There's so many rainbow colors, help, I know. Like I might change this, you know? Because there's way too much rainbow, but who knows? Maybe I'll put it a little bit here. Wait, it actually looks good? I don't know, because like I'll of course like I'll adjust the colors later. I'm just trying around with different combinations now. I don't know why when I'm looking at this art from afar, I thought she was doing a finger gun pose. Oh, she kinda does. She kinda does feel like it. Wait, I should remove this finger. This is wrong. Even though I just copied my own finger. I feel like this is kind of wrong. Let's correct this. Let's just put her finger, you know, like... Let's just put it here. Yeah, it looks better. Okay. Wait, let me put the skin color on first. Oops. Ah! Wrong. Okay. I still want to go with like the original plan though, but I don't know. Okay, so this is gonna be a glide, this is gonna be Castor, this is gonna be Hyacinth, this is gonna be Cypher. Dude, I have so much to draw in this artwork. I'm for real gonna draw 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 characters in this one artwork. This better do well in the algorithm, dude. Or I am crashing out and I am never returning to the art field. This better fucking do well in the algorithm. The way you draw fingers looks so nice, thank you. You know, in real life, I have small hands, like short fingers, which is a big problem because not only does it not really look good, the problem is I play the piano and it hurts. Like, my fingers are short. I wish I had longer fingers so I can play the piano better, you know? That's a huge problem. Can you eat raw pork while drinking hot water? What kind of question is this? Honestly, you piqued my interest. I feel like... no. Like... because when you eat raw pork, right? And then you drink hot water. Even if it were to be boiling water, for one, it's gonna kill you. for 2, it doesn't cook that quick. You don't just put pork into a boiling pot of water and then it just cooks in 1 second. It doesn't do that. So I think you can't. How long did the planning plus sketch take? 6 hours. It shouldn't take this long, but I just did. I don't know why. Referencing from my fingers and hands look ugly on my OCs who are usually slender. I know! Not to mention you're pretty short. Well, it's worse for me because I'm not... Well, in Asia, I'm not considered short. At least in Southeast Asia, I'm not considered short, okay? But then, I have short fingers, which doesn't really fit, you know? Which doesn't really match, if anything. Not gonna lie, the blue sky looks better. God damn it. Wait guys, give me a second. Let me just correct this. I'm gonna revert it back because I forgot to copy the base layer first. Okay. Give me a second. When I was a kid, I ate bread and drank milk. It was disgusting. Is it? I mean, I hate bread, so regardless, it's disgusting to me. But is it actually that bad, like drinking milk with bread? Isn't that what you do in breakfast? Drink milk and eat bread? Hi, hello, Neff. How are you doing? I have long fingers and I'm also pretty tall. Oh, yeah. Well, you guys decide. Do you think it is considered tall? Well, it isn't in Australia, but I'm 167 centimeters tall. So I think yeah, it's probably not considered tall in Australia. I'm pretty short in Australia, but in Southeast Asian, I'm pretty tall. You cannot convince. I know that geopolitically speaking, Hong Kong is East Asia, right? But then just look at the fucking map. It should be considered Southeast Asia. If something as west as if some of the west geographically speaking west countries are also in Southeast Asia, then Hong Kong should be considered Southeast Asia. I know that geopolitically speaking and culturally it is East Asia, but then just look at where it is. It should be considered geographically Southeast Asia. And we look more Southeast Asian as well compared to East Asian. People always go all baby hands. Oh, I wish others looked at my hands and just go like baby hands. I'm 5'1", you're taller than me? Sorry, this is not an insult. I just don't speak in freedom units. I don't know anything about Fahrenheit and foot. Besides, why do you guys measure in feet? Wait, I actually need to know, is feet actually just when you talk about 5 feet, is feet is the measuring unit because they measure with their feet? Is that the reason? I genuinely don't know. I've never been to freedom country. I mean, I've never been to USA. But is it because they measure feet? That's why they call it feet? What happens if what happens with feet size then? What happens if someone has different feet size? That's gonna be inaccurate then. What happens? Now, America just wanna be unique, that's all. I mean, is America unique? Not really, right? Is it? I don't think so. I mean, it is pretty unique in a political perspective, but is it actually unique? What kind of culture? I mean, what kind of interesting culture does America have? Oh my gosh, this doesn't look good. This is not looking good for me. I don't measure my height much, but if I remember correctly, you're 176. That's really tall. I think you'd be tall even in Western perspective. As an Australian, New Zealander, and weedy person, you're only 5'3". Wait, what? Okay, I'm also Australian, but I don't know freedom units. 5'3", 2 centimeters. Wait, that's 160. That's not that short. That's not very short. We literally have separate measurements than the rest of the world. Okay, really, I do think that like now that social media is a thing, right? Compared to like years ago, I feel like Americans should just use like Celsius instead of Fahrenheit. Because every time I see like cooking videos and then people talk about cooking, right? They always say like cook until the steak is 100 and something Fahrenheit. I was like, 100 degrees? You're crazy. 100 degrees, that's really hot. I would be confused as well. And I'm pretty sure like the rest of the world would be confused as well. Like, I don't know. Just my personal opinion. I feel like Americans should learn Celsius instead of Fahrenheit. But, you know, it's their culture, so it isn't like I think they should stop using it. It's just that I think they should normalize using Celsius as well. Because if like literally the rest of the world uses Celsius and you go on social media, right? Then you should probably use the default language in talking to others. Kind of like how, okay, I have no political, like I don't talk about politics on this channel, probably, sometimes not. But then, okay, this has nothing to do with my opinion on colonization. I'm not saying it's good, okay? My country has been colonized, okay? But then, I think it's kind of like how English is like the default language on the internet. If you're in your country, then speak your country's language, right? But then if you're on the internet, then the default language is English, unless the video or like the reel is in, let's say, Chinese, Cantonese, Vietnamese, then you speak in their language, right? But then universally, I feel like if there's a video that like is viral on the internet, it's always kind of like English, because that's kind of like the universal norm of speaking on the internet. That's why I speak in English anyways. Like technically my first language also is English, but then it's not my native language. There's a difference between first language and native language, in my opinion. My native tongue is Cantonese, but then I speak English as well because that's how the rest of the internet acts. So yeah, I have no problem with the existence of Fahrenheit, but meters are just superior to feet in literally every single way. I don't know about the lore about feet, but let's say if feet was a universal thing now, we would say the same thing for meters. Like, we would still think that feet is better than meters just because it's now normalized. So, do I think that feet is actually just worse than meters? Not really. It's just that which one is normalized. And since meter is normalized, I think it should be normalized globally. It's not like a language thing. Languages are different in this sense. But then I think measuring units should be normalized. It should be like equal in the whole world. Like, you can use it within your country, but then if you're talking on the internet, you should probably use like a standardized measuring unit. Because like honestly, I just don't speak freedom units. I don't know anything about America aside from the politics. I'm not gonna lie, I know more about American politics than my own country, which is kind of cooked. But it's not like it's not like Australians are that, like, yeah, they don't care. Gonna go now, have a good day or night. Thank you, it's daytime for me right now. It looks really bad. I wish it doesn't look bad, but it does. I mean, the art. Nah, the rainbow doesn't look good. Let's try the other plan. Oops. Okay. Gradient map. Gradient map. Right. Oh, right, chat. I haven't asked this yet. But what kind of videos would you guys be interested in? Like, would you guys be down for some like review? Like, let's say if I talk about games, would you guys be interested if I talk about games in my channel as well instead of only arts? Because I kind of want to be a variety person surrounding around like anime stuff. So, you know, like I actually had plans before my guides, which was talking about like, I quite literally have a script for it, but I just didn't, it just took so long to edit that I never posted it. It was a video about college student explains Genshin Impact in 5 minutes. But it took me so long to edit, so I didn't post it. But I personally think that was pretty good. It's just that like I ended up with doing guides, so now I'm not sure if like it would ruin my algorithm if I did something else. Games would be cool. Honestly, it'd be funny to hear you play rhythm games. I used to play Project Sekai. Used to. Because just like, well, I still play it, it's just that I don't find as much as like an interest in it anymore. So I just kind of don't play it anymore. But I do think it's a fun game. Wait, that kind of looks good. Isn't Hyacinth about like mending dusk and dawn? What the fuck? That looks so good. But the bottom color doesn't match. And my previous artwork already uses this gradient. Oh my gosh. That looks so good. How about purple? Let's try with purple. Huh. Not too bad. Dark green. No. This is like okay, but then it's only okay. I don't want my art to be mid. I don't want my art to be battle of the mid. I want my art to be better. A great balance between the dark and brighter color. That gradient was so good. Genuinely. Huh. You know why this gradient is so good? Like this one. It's not just because it looks good, it's also for lore reasons, because this character is supposed to mend dusk and dawn. In which this actually makes sense because this is dawn. It makes sense for lore reasons, but I've already used this gradient previously. I don't care, no one cares. Like, who cares if my previous artwork looks like the same, right? No one cares. Probably. Okay, so we're going with probably this instead of this. Yeah, this is kind of good. I kind of want to give a contrast between like light and dark. So now that the dark one is decided, we're gonna decide the light. Because I wouldn't call this decided, okay? Okay, this would actually work under the circumstance that it's majority purple, which it isn't for now. I think the yellow tone does really good, but then we need to change the gradient again. Okay, so let me see. Okay. So okay, let's try again with the gradient first. What if we just left it white, dude? Let's just put it white. Wait, that why does it look good? Now that just kind of looks like I'm lazy. I'm not. Wait, white looks good. It looks good. I'm not coping. It's not just because I swear it's not because I don't want to draw it. Okay, it is, but it looks good. White looks really good. Is it because like the amount of contrast it has? Also, the boss fight of Aquila literally has that background at some point, so that's fitting. Look, Aquila's boss fight music is so good. Can I play it on stream? I mean, it's just an excerpt. I wouldn't get copyrighted, right? I mean, it's not like okay. It's not like I have like income from YouTube anyways. So I feel like it would be alright if I played it on stream because it's so good. No one expected Hyacinth's fight to actually be that amazing. So that's one thing which is why it was so good. Wait, let me play it on the stream because it's so good. Alrighty. It's actually good. It is here. It's so good. It's so fitting. Okay, let me try with different gradients. I probably still want a gradient. It's just not like just not as obvious, but I still want a gradient. Or else it would just look boring. I like how I just started free-handing like the clouds. This is fire. I just started free-handing the fires. And the clouds. Hello, Beats? Oh, is it Beats? Asking a question, how long does it usually take you to get an art piece done? Wait, let me switch back to the usual music first. Just so I don't get copyright struck. It really depends. So for usual art piece, if you open like my Instagram right now and you see the pinned post, so those usually take about it ranges from 20 to 30 hours. For the Serindra, like the blue one and the red art piece in my pinned, both took about 15 to 18 hours. And then for the golden one, it took about 30 hours. So it really depends. It's just that it just depends on like if I have a block or not. If I don't, then it takes like shorter. But if I do, then obviously it takes longer. But under normal circumstances, if I don't have an art block, then it takes about 18 hours. Question, do you have other OCs? Yes I do. I have a red version of my OC, and I have 2 previous red and pink OC, which is actually the base inspiration for my current OC. Now they're just in the basement. Because they're now like turned into my new OCs. Maybe I'll design new OCs later. Well, I have a third OC now, which is based on my culture. But yeah, I don't know. I don't actually plan to make more OCs, but I plan to like draw more outfits for my current OC, which is the one you see. See ya, you need to go. Alrighty, bye Pepper. Have a nice day. You know the worst part about freehanding the clouds is that I don't actually do this art style, so it's kind of weird that I'm freehanding it. Honestly, relatable? Yeah. Your current one is a vampire girl? Vampire is pretty cool. Like the concept is pretty cool. You see, guys, you see why I talked in the previous video that brush literally does matter? Imagine the time you need to draw this with a normal G-pen brush. You can, but then imagine the time. I feel like my OC has been the same for way too long. I constantly change my OC. So yeah, but then it would be cool if I gave her new outfits again. Can I keep an OC the same for the life of me? I just constantly have ideas for a new one. I know, but you know the problem with me is that I quite literally can't draw OCs because if I do, it performs bad in the algorithm and that breaks my algorithm. If one pose performs bad, that affects other poses as well, which is kind of sad. Because how did I go from living puppet to vampire girl in a month? That's honestly just mood, you know? It happens. It happens a lot. I mean, I have a different OC for my stories, but the one I use as myself has always been the same. That's honestly nice because you're consistent with it. I don't know how people like stay with the same design. That's honestly so impressive because I always have new ideas and I'm trying to not execute my ideas. And honestly, right now, just right now, okay, I kind of like my current OC design. The outfit maybe not so much, but then the bust up, it looks good, I think. Hello, pink girl during magical pink girl. Hello, I am the pink girl. Everyone says my design looks like Hyacinth, so why not draw her? like, fun fact, my design isn't inspired by Hyacinth, it just ended up like Hyacinth because like I just kind of like the aesthetic of Hyacinth. I really like pink. So that's why my design look like Hyacinth, because I like the aesthetic, but not that because I'm inspired by Hyacinth, no. I don't even think Hyacinth was released when I had the idea of like my OC, the current one. Hello, your art is amazing, just want to say that. Thank you so much, Nene. Madoka Magica Sora Edition. Magica Madoka Pro Max, not really. Pro minus. Noob minus. Okay, let me try to like blend it in with the background. Because like this clear cut cloud stuff just isn't my art style. Like I should make it more like my art style, which I'm going to. See, this is why the brush matters. Can you do this with a G pen? Yes. Will you do it as quick as this with a G pen? No. But I think to me, when brush matters is that the brush is quite literally just different from G pen. If the brush you want is similar to G pen, you don't have need to ask for, oh, what's the brush name? You don't need to do that because you can just do it with a G pen. But then if it's like a completely different mechanic from a G pen, then yes, it matters. When I draw clouds, I just smudge them a lot same. I used to like so that's why I need to draw more clouds, because I'm not good at drawing clouds. That's why. Even in traditional, I'm not very good at drawing clouds. A tip and advice I would give is when you draw, zoom out. Which I don't. I know, like, I constantly give advices that I don't even do it. But then, trust me, it's actually good advice. I think it's probably something that even if you go to an art school, they'll tell you that. Because it's like a very important tip. Which is why you feel like it's easier to draw on traditional than digital, if you do feel like it. It's because you see the whole picture. You used to paint a lot of scenery, so clouds aren't much of an issue for you? Well, I used to draw a lot of scenery as well, but I can't say that I'm really good at them or not. I mean, I'm not really good at drawing humans as well, but I'm just trying to get good at it. You always mess up on fire? Same. Dude, fire is hard to draw. I know there's like the erase this, erase that trick, but then it just, you know, I just don't draw it well. Also, I feel like digital tablet was the best thing that has happened to me in a while. Which, thank you so much to XP Pen for literally sending me a digital tablet. Thank you so much. I wouldn't have been able to afford it, dude. Yo, hello, Smiley. Hello. How are you doing? just can't remember what order the color you usually do it. Red, orange, yellow, but I believe it's yellow, red, orange. Fire is super complex. It is, like, especially when you look into like special fires, which is like different colors. You know how when in chemistry lesson back in high school, oh, good days. You know how like when you put in different chemicals, they have like different colors? Like, okay, correct me if I'm wrong, I failed chemistry, okay? If you put in copper, it becomes like blue-green, right? And then if you put in calcium, it becomes like red, I think? Is it red, I think? And then if you put in potassium, it becomes like purple. Those are super interesting. Super interesting. Thank you so much for the follow, Jackie. I know it's a subscription, but I just say follow because I've been on Instagram for way too long. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's how fireworks work as well. I mean, firework works, but no pun intended. But I think that's probably how they make different colors, I think. That's because they use like chemicals, right? Is it? And correct me if I'm wrong. Again, I failed chemistry. I'm not very good at it. Now I'm training myself with opposite colors, so I started with from drawing insects. They have themselves, they themselves have the color on them. That's a pretty good like practice drawing insects because they have like all kind of like interesting colors and shapes as well. How the hell do you draw fireworks? Like how do you even begin to do that? My assumption is to just use a like reflective ruler, turn that to like 10 reflection planes, and then start like drawing lines on it, and then create another layer bit below it, Gaussian blur it, set that to add, glow, and then add another layer on it, and then airbrush the lines, lower the opacity. That's my thought process. I think it should work. That's my opinion. I think it will work. Yeah, I'm pretty confident it will work. Even though I never drew it. Like, it never looks right whenever you do it. You probably need some real life pictures to reference from. If you can't freehand it, then look for references. It's completely normal. I look for a lot of references. Hello Yuki! Hello Yuki! How are you doing? How's your day? Wait, this is sticking a little bit too close. Okay, so if I put this back, does this look good? Maybe, somehow. Who knows? I think it looks alright. Now I just have to like make the background also like fit in with the color of this. Like, white looks good, but it doesn't look like my style. Very good, how are you doing? Great! Thanks for asking. Have you ever thought about rigging your OC as a VTuber model? I have done that before. I quite literally have a VTuber model. But I just don't run it because for one, I kind of like my current PNG tuber because I think it looks unique. To make a live CD model, you lose kind of like the art style that you do because you have to separate the layers, right? So it's harder to use my current style to make a VTuber model. It could work, but it just takes way too long time. But for another thing is that it's more unique. Everyone uses a live CD model now. So, I mean, I might use it in the future if I get a better computer. But it's just that like, if I also use a live CD model all the time, then that's kind of like not unique anymore. I kind of want to be less common because like let's be real, like now that VTubers is a very accessible thing, everyone can make it, so everyone's been making it. So if I make a live 2D model, it's just gonna look like a mass-produced, like normal, common, no special style model, unless I do my art style in it, which is very hard to execute. But speaking of which, I am actually planning to make a video about how to make a VTuber model, or like how I made it. I will make it in the future. Like I would try to make a video like this, explaining how I did it. It's not gonna be a guide because there's too much to explain even in live 2D, but I'm just gonna like explain how I made it. Just like, you know, go through the stuff, how I made it, blah 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 blah. You know. Are you doing Inktober this time? Yeah. No. Why would I answer yes? Oh my gosh, my ADHD acting up. No, I want to, but you know how people do like the day 1 to 100 drawing every day thing? I desperately want to do it, but then I genuinely don't understand how people do it because like, how do you do it? How do you have the time to do it? Surely you have a job or like go to school, right? If you don't have a job, then you're probably going to school, or maybe you're finding a job, right? And if you're going to school, you might have a job or you don't, but then regardless, you're still going to school, especially if you're a high schooler, then you're gonna be so busy. So I genuinely don't understand. Because like drawing takes a long time. How do people just come up with a complete piece every day for 100 days, dude? Like, I really don't, like, no shame in this because it's fucking 2025. It's the economics. We all know it's shit. But like, I feel like I have to be unemployed if I want to like draw every day, then I have to be unemployed, dude. I can't do it. Like I have to be unemployed. You're homeschooled, so you have time. Wait, you're homeschooled? That's actually kind of interesting. I thought homeschool was like I thought homeschool was just a concept that happens in movie. I didn't know they actually do it in real life. I mean, I went to public school. I never went to like international schools and stuff. You know, funny thing is that like now I go to college, right? And I'm doing a diploma as a first year replacement because like my school messed up my offer, so they made a special like adjustment to me so that I didn't need to like, do the full foundation. So now I'm doing like a diploma degree, right? So I'm in like the rich kids territory. Even though I'm not rich, because I never meant to like do diplomas, just that the school messed up, so they made adjustments to like the price, like the not the price, but like the degree length. So now I'm in the rich kids territory, right? And then like every time I have class and I meet someone new, they will talk about, oh hi, I'm from let's say China, I'm from Malaysia, I'm from France, and I'll be like, oh hi, I'm from Hong Kong, and they're like, oh cool, let's talk together. I was like, yeah, cool. And then every time I talk with them, when we talk about our high school experience and like life experience, I noticed that everyone around me, because I'm in the college, which is a lot more expensive than like a uni year 1 degree in Australia, and then everyone talks about like their international school experience and how it's like interesting. Like they talk about okay, this is one thing I have a really strong recollection with, and I'll like censor some of the words because I think I would get banned for saying this on YouTube. So when I was in high school, we had a little weird male teacher which taught our class, and I and my classmates has a pretty weird, like, you know what I'm talking about, okay? It's not that bad, but then it's not very bad. It's not that bad, but then it's certainly weird. Like we were 13 years old, okay? We were 12 actually, I think. So it was a kind of weird experience, and then I talked about like this part when we were discussing about like high school weird stuff or like crazy stories in high school, and then they were like, how is the teacher like not fired? And I was like, yeah, he's not fired because like no one fires him. if he's fired, then the school needs to report it to the government. And do you think the school wants to report it to the government and tell the government that, hey, we actually have a weird person in our school? Like, you guys want to come and investigate it? And it's gonna go on the news, dude. Like, you can't just resolve this privately. And they're like, oh, if this were to happen in my country, we would just fire the teacher. Like, last time something like this happened, we had a bad teacher, we just wrote to the principal and got him fired. And I was like, how do you even do that? How do you just fire a teacher? You're a student. How do you fire a teacher? And then like, that's when it hit me. Like, that's because they were in international schools. Like, they literally talked to me like, yeah, we just fired teachers. I was like, you fire teachers? You being serious right now? And they were like, yeah, you don't fire teachers? I was like, what? You don't fire teachers? Yeah, teachers fires you. And they didn't even realize it's because like they were saying like, oh my gosh, then Hong Kong must be horrible. I was like, okay, Hong Kong is kind of horrible in the sense of like the living standard. I mean, like the living prices. But then like, it's not a Hong Kong thing, it's an international school thing. You need to realize that's because you're from a rich school. Rich school does this. Like if you go to a private school, a private institution, and you pay like 10,000 every year, right? Then they probably have to fire the teacher if you're like dissatisfied with what their performance, right? It works like this. But then the problem is they don't, I'm not sure if they just like don't relate to being a normal person in like the economic system. I genuinely think my classmates don't realize that public school doesn't work like that, and it's not because of countries. Like even if I go to China, okay? I'm pretty sure if you're in a public school, you're gonna be the one that disappears, not the teacher. It works like that, dude. I used to... Wait, let me see. You envy me? You never have enough time? Same. I'm just having my trimester holiday right now. That's why I'm streaming. Wish I could participate in one of those Aussie rain videos. I feel like it would be fun. I've never seen those. Maybe I should look into it. You're a designer for the longest time and finally made my decision to pick up the stylus for the first time ever in your life to draw, and you're trying to do Inktober to learn drawing. I'm actually doing a design degree, so I'm a design student, which I'm probably gonna do like a double major of like visual communication and UI UX, maybe interior, I don't know. You used to attend public school, but turns out homeschool is easier? I don't know, like I've never been to homeschool, but I've heard pretty bad stories about it. Like, I'm not trying to say it's not good for you, because obviously it depends. But then, as someone who's raised in a public school and has been through a shit ton of like very bad stuff in school, like bullying and like teachers being weird and like, you know, academics being very shit, I honestly think public school was the best thing that has happened to me. Because like I feel like if today I went to international school, I would be raised as a privileged, like, okay, I went to Australia, so I quite literally live better than most people, okay? It's not that I don't recognize it, because like most of my friends couldn't even make it out of the country, okay? So the fact that I can pay for a ticket to Australia, a flight to Australia, is already much better than most people in the world. But it's like, if I went to international school, right, then I feel like I would be raised as a privileged kid. Like, I would be raised being so, like, spoiled and never went through any hardships in my life. And if I were to be raised this way, I don't think I would have realized that how important people are, my friends are, and then how important it is to have a passion in my life, and how I should actually understand that other people also has their hardships. Like, and I feel like it would be harder to understand like the concept of like economic problems, the rich and poor gap, and like people not having the best lives, and maybe some people not having a family at all. I don't think I would have realized it as like immersively if I wasn't in public school. So even though I think public school is really shit, it is, like it quite literally is, I thank my parents for sending me to public school. Like when I was in high school, my parents thought about sending me to private school as well. It's like really high, academically ranked high school. So they thought about, oh, maybe this school is good, but then I ended up in public school. And the major reason was because like, look at the fee. who the hell pays that? What kind of, like, you're gonna be like corrupted in the government to pay that shit, dude? Or you're gonna be a businessman, dude? Like, I don't think a normal person can pay for like international school. That's really crazy. Which is why like I got so much like cultural shock when I went to Australia, because like most of the other students I've met are international students, and most of them aren't living on like scholarship, and they spend a lot of money in their life. Like they go to Gucci and everything, right? So I was really shocked, and that was when I realized that there really was a gap between like rich and poor. But yeah, that's like my little, you know, sharing about my experience in high school and how it made me the person now. Oh, by the way, if you guys are like actually wondering, the reason why I went to Australia, even though I just said my family just teaches, we aren't businessmen, it's because like I'm Australian. That's why I'm here. By descendant citizenship. That's why I'm in Australia, even though I'm Hong Konger. That's why I don't have to pay international fee. Do you think I can make it here if I'm like an international kid? No. That's so like way too expensive. Gonna go already. Bye, beach. How do you even homeschool? Like there's special academics or some? Yeah, I'm actually interested as well. How do you actually work out with homeschool? Especially for your mom and dad, since they don't have to drive early. Oh, right. Yeah, it depends on the country. Like, if they have to drive you, then yeah, that's gonna cost a lot of time. I just used to walk to school. Because okay, this is gonna sound like the, how your parents went to school, but it is actually true. Because I'm in Hong Kong. Hong Kong is full of mountains, okay? My school was on top of like, not on top, but like on the middle of like a mountain, and then my house, like my home, my unit was in the bottom of the mountain, so I actually do walk up hills every day. I literally do walk up hills on the mountain to go to school every day. Your homeschool is offline? Oh, that's interesting. So you basically have this website, you attend Zoom meeting, and on this website is programmed so you can submit your assignments. That sounds pretty cool, honestly. It's just that the assignments are absolutely unbearable because of the amount they give out. I think I never really submitted assignments in high school. I just let the teachers yell at me. I was a bad student. Well, not really, but like, okay, I've never had any problems that made like, you know, my name go into like the disciplinary table, but I was not the best student. I used to not submit homeworks like 10 days late, maybe 2 months late. You did visual communication too, and transitioning to UI UX and illustrative design. I think UI UX plays really well. But I might just do interior design instead, because like I don't feel like, okay, I know the employment market is pretty bad nowadays, but then surely I wouldn't be unemployed if I do interior design, right? I'm pretty sure every place needs an interior designer, I think. That's why I'm doing this degree. I just want a job, you know? Creative design is really interesting, by the way. You did my design degree from Canada as an INTJ student, like international student, and it costed you 2,650 per class, like per course? You're talking about per class or per course? Is that Canadian dollars or like USD? How much is that? Wait. And you probably have 4 courses per trimester, right? Whoa, that's pretty expensive. That's not as bad if you're an international student. Okay, do you have a scholarship? Because if you don't, that's actually not that bad, because I've heard really bad prices in Australia. But if you do have a scholarship, that's really bad. Gotta go now. Bye bye, noodles. See you next time. UI UX is just a way to earn money for a designer. It depends on like which country you're in. because some countries literally don't have the concept of UI UX. They don't care. Like you just end up being a graphic designer anyways, which happens in Hong Kong. But in Australia, yeah, it's just for money. Well, I do the degree because I want money. Do you think I actually love this? I know my true passion. Like, if you let me do one course today, like if you let me do one, okay, and you let me decide what I want to do in the future, and I go to school because of that, I would have done fine art. But you know why I didn't do fine art? Because it's just not, like, it's just not reality proof, dude. I'm pretty sure your family has to be so rich that you never have to work in order to do graphic design. So no, I did not do graphic design because I still want a job, okay? I mean, I didn't do fine art because I wanted a job. If I did fine art, if I went to art school, I wouldn't have been able to earn enough for my family. I have a pretty big family, not very big, but it's just that most of my family are living on poverty line. So I'm gonna be the one who hopefully earns enough to like provide them as well. That's why I did design. It's not because I like design. I never loved the design. I just did this degree because it's kind of similar to art and I want a job. That's why. The true reason why I became a designer. I mean a design student, for the very least. I did have a scholarship that gave me free hostel for a year? Bro, what? I want a free hostel as well. When does this kind of shit happens to me? I want free hostel as well. I want it as well. UI is boring, it's more practical, so it's boring. Yeah, it is pretty damn boring. I already know it's gonna be so boring. Like, so damn boring. But it's not like I don't do it anyways, I have to do it. Wait. Huh, am I cooking? Chat, am I cooking? Like, I know white looks good, but it just looks way too contrasting, which doesn't fit my style. Because my style is all about colors cohering with each other. What about this? Oh my gosh, I want a scholarship. Have I talked about this yet? I probably did. So, okay, I'm a domestic student, right? So scholarships work differently. Because in my school, if you're a domestic student in the college, you compete with all students across all degrees for 2 scholarships, and there's only 2 who can get it. So you probably have to get like 7 out of 7 GPA for every single assignment to get a scholarship, because well, you're competing with every single degree, and there's gonna be some like crazy people who like are good on them who gets like full mark GPAs every single time. Probably is someone out there who does this, right? So it's really hard for me to get a scholarship, but I really want it because like the prize for the scholarship is free tuition for the next trimester. All 4 courses free, for free, dude. I want it, I really want it. But it's heartbreaking because like I have 1 course that I didn't get high distinction. I don't know for the other courses yet because they haven't released like the markings. Like I just finished my exams, but then I already know for sure because I calculated it and it's out already that one course of mine I didn't get a high distinction. So I feel like I probably lost this scholarship. Like I really want to compete for this scholarship because it's free tuition. Imagine how much it would help my family if I had free tuition, dude. Like, oh my gosh. But you probably need like GPA full for everything if you want free tuition. because you're competing with a bunch of like people, and then through those bunch of people there's probably someone who's crazy enough to get like 7.00 GPA every time. Please, someone, no one gets full GPA so I can compete for this scholarship. I want the free tuition! I need it! I want the money! Currently drawing too while listening to the live. Nice. Wait, Miumi, you're doing UI UX. You did UI UX, right? Do you live in Hong Kong right now? If yes, is it actually a job in Hong Kong? Do people in Hong Kong even know about UI UX? Like, is there a position for UI UX, dude? Does it actually exist? Like, what? Do you have a HoloLab account? Yes, but I don't use it. Yes, a lot of position. Really? Wait, just hold on a moment. I'm gonna do UI UX right here, right now. A lot of position? You for real? That sounds pretty good. Look, I just want a job. I don't care if I like it or not. I just want the money. I just gotta pay for the groceries, dude. You know, you said that I should add the skin color as the base and then use an airbrush, right, for the hair and clothes. If you're new to coloring and you're not too sure how to do it well, then I would say just color with a solid color. Don't even care about the skin airbrush thingy. If you're already like more acquainted with coloring, you know what you're doing, then do the airbrush trick. But if you're like new to it, you're not very like good at coloring, no shame, then you should probably do all solid colors first. Just go with like the usual method of filling color in. This actually looks pretty good, yeah. You know why I drew this? It's partially because I really like Hyacinth, but it's also because like I wanted to be able to draw this and then, you know, post this on Instagram with the boss music of Proi of like Hyacinth. This is gonna be so far. I just want to use the boss music for my Instagram post. That's why I drew it. To be honest, that's not something very difficult as a real academic subject. I mean, it's design degree. Design degree is inherently much easier than most other academic subjects. Like, I know they think about, oh, everyone has different talents on different stuff, but then, like, we all know that art and design is academically easy because the thought that goes into it isn't academics. It's more about like the feeling. It's like music. Is it academically difficult? No. It's because it's not about academics. It's more about the feeling, like how you interpret it, how you think about it. It's your thought process and your creativeness. So it's not like an academic subject. It's just that now that bachelor degree is like the baseline for any job, we have to do a degree for it. So what brushes would you recommend? Look into any brushes that are square or triangle, because drawing with shapes is very good. Like, how to explain it? Drawing with shapes is very important because it gives volume to your art. Honestly, valid, the boss music for Aquila is fire. It is, and that's why it is not well paid. Like, I kind of feel sad because like design isn't an easy job. It isn't, because you have to like talk with like horrible clients every day and, you know, work with what you are required to work with. Like, it's like every other job. It's quite literally like every other job, except we get paid worse. So design is a very hard job because it's very hard, but then you get paid low. But it really depends on your experience and how you do as well, because like if you're an interior designer, it pays okay when you have more years of experience, which is, well, every single job. But look at the employment market right now. Every single job pays really bad, unless you're like a doctor or a lawyer. Even if you were to be the lawyer, I don't think now in Hong Kong would be the best time to be a lawyer. Let's be real, after you study all the law you have in the school, when you come out like 5 years later, the law is going to be completely different. Probably not the best degree to do right now, unless you do like business law. Then maybe you have a chance. If you do criminal law in Hong Kong right now, you might be cooked. You might be cooked. I don't know. Okay, my dad teaches law, but I don't know much about law. This actually looks really good. Why is this Halloween theme? Oh my gosh, why did I say that? But now I can't unsee it. Oh god. No, I can't unsee this shit. Why is this Halloween theme? Oh my gosh. Now I can't unsee it. God damn it. I'm actually a little concerned because her hair end is blue, which doesn't fit with the background. You remember how I mentioned in my video that the background color should be something related to the character? Her hair end is blue. How would I be able to like incorporate that? That's a question for later concerns. Let me just go with this right now. You know, my plan in the future is just to get a normal job and then, you know, do art as a part-time or like freelance or as my passion and as my hobby. That's quite literally my plan. My plan is to, like, even though I'm doing content creation now, my plan is to never end up like a lot of content creators who dropped out of college to do content creation, because like you can't go with your whole life doing content creation. It's gonna one day, it's gonna end in like 5 to 10 years if you're lucky, then it's gonna be 10 years. But it's gonna end one day. You're not gonna do it for your whole life. So my plan is just to get a real job. Because it's just unwise to drop out of college to do content creation, because what happens after it? What happens after content creation? If you don't have a college degree, what happens if it fails, right? And what happens after content creation? That's why I'm doing college anyways. Even though a lot of my friends actually told me that I should commit to content creation because they believe I got something for it. I don't know. Actually, if you're able to do so and not afraid of physical hardship, being a cook is not that cook. I mean, yeah, like if you love your job, I really hope I do. I'm scared that I wouldn't like my job. I'm scared that I wouldn't like design, and I feel like maybe I won't, but it's a job, right? I have to do it. It's not like I would like any other job, so let me just do design because I hate it less. Okay, this looks good. And that's a meaningful job, in my opinion. Yeah, well, all jobs has a meaning to it, right? Let's say if you're like, even if you're a cleaner, it's so meaningful because like if you don't clean the street, no one's gonna clean it. So being anyone is meaningful enough, and everyone has a purpose in the society. Like if you're a cleaner, then you're contributing so much to society. We need you, and we thank you every day, right? If you're a cook, then the society also needs you, because who else is gonna deliver the delicious food on the table when we can't cook, or some people just don't have the time to cook? If you're a lawyer, who's gonna, like, if there's no lawyers, who's gonna protect you if you got accused of something you didn't do? If you're a doctor, who's gonna cure you when you're sick? So every single job has a meaning. If you're a designer, there's also a use for designers, because who's gonna like design the clothes? Who's gonna design like the applications if there's no designers? So there's like a meaning for every job, right? If you're a musician, think about if there's no musicians instead, who's gonna like pass down the human arts to the next generation? So every single job has a meaning. What kind of job doesn't have a meaning? I don't know. Well, if you ruin other people's life, then maybe not, but you know. Maybe I can do some blue in the bottom. That would kind of look fire. I'm struggling in this because like her pose doesn't look strong enough. Hyacinth in that one cutscene has like a really strong pose, but then she lacks the strength as of now, and I'm wondering if it's because of the hip sway. Maybe it's lacking the hip sway, maybe? Let me try to do it. Who knows? I don't know, I love working but hate a job. Yeah, same. I mean, well, we're Hong Kongers, of course we love going to work. Nothing can stop me from going to work. Nothing. You cannot stop me from going to work. One day without work is a holiday. 2 days without work is a enjoyment. 3 days without work is hell. You cannot stop me from going to work. There's nothing you can stop me from going to work. Not even the typhoon. If there's a typhoon, the typhoon better, pack up and leave. We're gonna go to work. Even if the country, the city is quite literally crumbling, we don't care, we go to work. Better wake up, go to work. Okay, finally, after God knows how many hours, I've kind of got the background half done. Oh, finally. Man. Okay, so now it's actually not that bad. Good news, we've actually made some progress on this stream. Let's go. Okay, so should we do the base colorings now? Should we? Wait, let me do this edge as well. Okay. Maybe I have to draw some clouds on this bridge? Who knows? Now I should probably fill in the base colors first. Or should I do the background first? Yeah, I should probably do the background first. Stop lacking. Gotta do the background. Nice art, man. Thank you. Thank you so much. Oops. Back from grinding in Code Train? How was it? Welcome back. Honestly, it might be cooking. Who knows? Painful finding the bosses over and over and hoping on max RNG drop. You know, the only thing I can say good about turn-based combat, since you guys know I hate it, is that at least they have an autoplay function. So I can just like, you know, AFK on it while I do something else. But yeah, but I still hate turn-based combat. Turn-based? Nah, Soulslay. Like, I just don't like turn-based combat. You cannot let me play a turn-based game unless the story is just really good. I feel like Undertale is a perfect combination about turn-based and action. Like, you can fight with turn-based, like just attack button, but then you can also dodge, so it feels like you're engaging with it. I feel like Undertale did really good at it. But I don't like how the modern like turn-based anime combat, I don't like how it ended up. It's a little too like, I don't feel interactive at all. Like, it doesn't feel like it. It looks good, the animations look really good, but I hope there was more about it. Attack while the boss is mid-attack. Yeah, that's actually, you know... Yeah. I get what you mean, I get it. The only complaint I have about turn-based games is this, but usually, okay, turn-based games has really good lore. So... And it's because the story is so good that I stayed for like turn-based games like Honkai Star Rail and Heaven Burns Red. But well, I stopped playing Heaven Burns Red because like the meta is so infinite and so bad. It's literally so bad. I just stopped playing it, even though I love it. You keep getting more and more viewers? Wow, that's a good thing! I'm glad that it's going this way. But I might end my stream later because like it's been about 2 hours and I kind of had to take a break as well. Well, I'm just gonna continue drawing, you know, but yeah. But I might work on commissions today, off stream. The card looks good, but birthday art? That would actually be so cool. Like, I kind of want to do it as well. I really do. I really want to do a birthday art, but you know, I don't have the time for it. But it's my 18th birthday, surely. The most important birthday of your whole life. Surely I have to do it, right? A birthday art next month, right? Can you draw Asta from Black Clover? Unfortunately, I only draw characters that I want to. Well, I do commissions, so if if someone pays me, then I draw it. But then usually I just draw characters I like. And plus, I don't draw male characters. Well, I try to. I'm actually practicing on drawing male characters, but it hasn't gone too well. I only draw characters that I like here. Because it's not like my main source of income. I do art more like a passion thing. Well, there's a lot of opportunity to make it a full-time, but it's just that I don't want to. Draw characters you like. You know, I had a very big struggle when I decided to draw Hyacinth because I really wanted to draw her really bad, right? But then the problem is, considering the current situation, I should draw Cyrene or Elysia instead. The problem being, I don't even like Cyrene. I just think she's a little boring. Okay, Hyacinth is objectively maybe a little boring as well, but I just don't like Cyrene. She's way too marketed as like a you know, a waifu bait. She's way too much of a waifu bait. Okay, I gotta correct myself. She's not. Up until 3.6. She's not a waifu bait. Up until her new design. That was really bad, in my opinion. It was so waifu bait. She quite literally wears a wedding gown and like gets engaged. Which, there's no problem, but then... Do I like it? Not really. There's completely fine. I mean, I like to draw characters with wedding dresses as well. They look really cute in them. But do I like Cyrene's new design? No, I feel like it ruined the character. Like, because the original character wasn't going to go that way. If we're talking about something like Firefly, then, you know, go with it, because Firefly, from the first second, was marketed as a waifu bait. But Cyrene is like, you know... So I didn't want to draw Cyrene even though her design was so good. Unless the story next patch sells me, then maybe I'll draw her. But I still, like, I didn't really want to draw Hyacinth because of the story. I love her. But Cyrene, I should have drawn Cyrene for the algorithm. Because I know Hyacinth art is not going to do well due to her popularity. But I still decided to draw her because I love her. Is that a core flame in her hands? The pose like a nurse trying her best to hold it like a tiny sword? That's actually the wait. Let me show this. This one. You know in the boss fight she does this? She does like this holding the core flame and then like heals everyone. And then use like the core flame's power to fight the Aquila. That's it. That's this one. I recreated it. Yeah. I really love this pose. It shows how strong she actually is mentally. I want to draw Castorus as well, but I'm not very good at using purple colors. And I'm not very interested in Castorus. 18th birthday, gonna get wild. Probably drawing model of a cake. Feel free to if you have time, just only if you have time already. The lore goes crazy. Your head is a data archive for gacha games. I know. But then I still struggle to like remember like course contents. But I remember like tiny lores of like different games. Help. I am so cooked. I am actually beyond cooked. Oh god. Don't worry, my data archive is on Codebane and God Eater, so we are grilled beyond salvation. We're not just cooked, we're actually like, we're roasted. We're cooked, dude. I like how every internet meme kind of has something to do with cooking. You know how we say cooked now? We used to say roasted. Like nowadays we say we say like someone cooked the other person, right? We used to say someone roasted the other person. I kind of missed the roasted thing. I roasted, please come back. Roasted is actually kind of good. Cook is just funny, but you know, roasted has the has the funny thing of it. You know, the piece I'm working on is actually coming together. I'm glad. I'm so glad. The tip actually helped. Thank you. I'm so glad to have helped someone. I wasn't the most helpful person, you know, but you know, I should probably try to be a nice person, so why don't make guides? Let's stop talking about roast before I get hungry again. I've never really eaten any roasted stuff. Like, I want to eat roasted stuff as well. But I haven't eaten any roasted stuff though. Or just, you know what I usually eat? I just eat rice. Maybe dumplings, maybe noodles, maybe sushi, who knows. I don't really eat like Western roasted stuff. But I should try it. I heard it's pretty good. Hi, hello Lucky Apple, welcome back. Welcome back. Nice to see you again. How are you doing? Looks pretty good. I mean, good enough. Yeah, I checked Discord already. Now I want to eat sushi, god damn it. But then Australians eat sushi with avocado, like they do avocado rolls, I don't know why, but well, I've had it before. But it sounds pretty good, avocado sushi rolls, but okay, I just have this culture shock. Currently drawing hands doesn't look bad for once. Dude, I get you. Hands are hard to draw. But you know what's even worse? Feet. Hands is like, okay, hands are like the first thing you would notice that you might be bad at. That's why people always say hands are hard to draw. It is, but then there's way worse. Feet is way worse. And then head shape is actually way worse. It's just that you wouldn't realize it until you actually get good at drawing hands, and then you move on to other parts, and then you realize that wait, actually hands isn't that bad. Because that is quite literally what I realized. Wait, maybe hands aren't that bad, huh? Feet is way worse. You see why I don't draw feet? Yeah, quite literally the reason, because it's so hard to draw. Chat, if you haven't already, join Hina's Discord server. Yes, feel free to join. We yap a lot, and sometimes no, not actually all the time. We also share like art stuff. We have a general chat and an art chat. We're just combined actually, so just feel free to post art stuff and general stuff. Like, just post it. There's a reason why I made it like together. It's because I wanted to combine general and art, because I feel like it should be the same thing. Now that it's like a homeless shelter art server, I also want general to be like part of the art stuff so that we can talk about it naturally in like conversation as well. That's why I combined like the general and art chats. Shoes too, like what is that? Dude, high heels is so hard to draw. Ina, can you zoom in on the line art for a bit to see how you do it? Oh, sorry. My line art is pretty sketchy. Ignore these. This is way too clean for my style. I did it this clean just because I already like... This was done very clean because I literally referenced really hard on this. That's why it's cleaner. But usually, my line art looks like this. I do this. Any tips on coloring and rendering skin? I've made a video about it. You can go check it out. But basically, don't just pull like color that's like directly darker from the color. So basically what I'm trying to say is, let's say that your base color is let's say it's okay, this is the most apparent with yellow, so I'm gonna do it with yellow. So if your base color is this, don't do this. Do not do this. Don't do this. Do this. Go a little bit maybe on the other hue. Maybe find a little like orangish color. Do this. That's how you do it. Or if you know what you're doing, do a little this. That's how you do shading. Don't just use like a color that's like directly darker than the original color, because it usually ends up muddy. So let's say you're doing a blue, right? Don't just like use the same hue and then pull it like this. It's gonna look... You can work with it. I do it as well. But then a general thing you can keep in mind is that instead of only using darker colors, you can also shift in the hue circle. So if you can do it, you can use green as a shading color of blue as well, if you can make it work, okay? You can also use a slightly more purplish blue. It could also work. Thank you, no problem. I don't know why I use purple as shading for my recent art. I mean, purple is a good shading color. I don't get like, isn't there like a trend like months ago where people say like, oh, don't use purple as shading color? I don't know how that even is a thing, because purple quite literally is a really good shading color. It doesn't matter, dude, if you can shade well. You can just use red, green, blue, purple. In fact, purple is a really good color because skin tone is like kind of warm, and then maybe the clothings would be cool colors, which means purple would be the perfect cutting color between warm and cool, which is why I think it would be a really good shading color. I don't know where it came from, I just realized you can use a technique you use for traditional in digital but make it more chaotic. I actually wanted to do this as well. Like, I'm trying to use my skills from traditional into digital, which is why recently I've been working more towards like the blocky oil covering style. That's because I was trying to make my digital art look like my traditional art, which I'm actually better at. All the colors were cold in your last drawing is good. That means you have proficiency with working with cold colors. It's also good. Maybe try to like darken this a bit. I feel like maybe I shouldn't add the cloud in the upper section. Like, maybe I shouldn't add these two. Maybe I should erase it. Okay, let me like circle it up. Your sketches look haunted and cursed. Don't worry, same. No problem, same. Okay, let me do the base color first. Oh my gosh, I finally have to do that. I didn't want to face this, man. I didn't want to. Trust me, I didn't want to. I really don't. Let me open the character sheet. Okay, so pink. I didn't want to, man. Oh wait, I forgot to alpha lock it. Shitty. Sending an example to you. Check whenever. Wait, let me see it. Let me check Discord. Do you want to send it in the general as well? Oh, that's not too bad. Well, you've got the concept there. You've kind of got the concept there. That's not too bad. The first one is the latest art, the Neko art will be posted already. Neko art is a private request. Wait, let me check it again. Both looks cool. Both of them look cool. Okay, let me do the... Oh, I forgot! Oh, I totally forgot about it. I forgot about her ribbon. I totally forgot about it. God damn it. Let me just add it here real quick. Send the end product to you, check anytime as well. It's already. Maybe I'll track up the stream. Cute ribbon? I know. Her design is really cute. Love it. Either a healer or someone that does million damage. Chad, who's gonna tell? Who's gonna tell her? Who's gonna tell her? Well, unfortunately for you, she does both. So imagine how many people pulled for her just because she is meta. Funny thing is, she is both a healer and does 100 million damage. Honestly, both, yeah. She does. The reason why she's so good is because of she does 100 million damage while she also heals really good. But in lore, she is a healer. Like, I feel like she shouldn't be this strong, you know? I mean, the kit well, Kits doesn't relate to like in lore strength, right? Because I mean, Castorus is stronger than Acheron and Feixiao, and that completely doesn't make sense in lore. Castor might be even stronger than Finan, and that doesn't make sense in lore as well. Finan is stronger than Acheron, which actually is lore accurate, but you know, it doesn't relate to in lore strength. But Hyacinth should not be this strong in like DPS potential. In lore, she quite literally does not fight at all. At least Castorus kind of fights, right? She does not fight at all. It really doesn't make sense. Is Ika a Pegasus or a unicorn? I think it's a Pegasus, right? Because Ika's this well, what is that? Ancestor is Stelios's Pegasus pet, right? So it's probably Pegasus, I think. Oh my gosh, I have to erase all the line art I've done. I mean, all the sketch I've done. That hurts. It really does. But hey, that's a little less hair rendering. W for that. Alrighty, continue. Okay, what should we do next? Should be the red color from the dress. How the hell is their wings so small? That's because little Ika is fat fuck. It's not an insult to like, you know, but like the running joke about how Ika is like fat fuck. Yeah, it is. How does it even become like that fat? The little Ika, you know? It is not little. Like I believe that thing is floating, not flying. Like it doesn't the wing actually flap, but well, Ika's really cute, so. What happened to your VTuber model, by the way? I assume the reason is you can't set up the camera? Not really, it's just that, well, for one, because my laptop is way too bad to run it. For two, I actually like the PNG more. Because that doesn't mean I have to have like a really good posture 24/7 in stream. In order the camera to capture it, you know? Remember me? Yeah, I remember you from last stream. Well, last stream, yeah. But I sometimes struggle to remember everyone, so please understand if I don't understand everyone. I mean, if I don't remember everyone, it's hard for me too. True, but no more sleepy Hina with blanket. Oh, that's true. Hey, now we have like the better looking model though. Like the artwork certainly looks better than the model. I actually really like how simple my current model is. Like, you know, it just jumps whenever there's something to say about it. Wait, let me try to like do some corrections. I feel like it moves way too much. Yeah, should be better now. Okay. Maybe. Okay. No more Neapolitan Empress? Yeah. Now this is the updated design. Too bad. No more Neapolitan. Oh, thank you so much for a follow. Good night, Hina. You have school tomorrow, so bye. It was really fun. Good night. Well, have fun or not really in school tomorrow. Hang out with you? Yeah, I had fun as well on the stream. Thank you so much. I really feel like I should cut my hair a little shorter. My current hair is like, well, it's not like long. It's just that like, it's conveniently long that it pokes my back. Like these split ends cut my back. Like it kind of pokes it, which makes me a little uncomfortable with it. Should probably, you know, kind of cut my hair a little bit, maybe. What time is it for you? It's currently 2:45 p.m. Luckily not a.m. Well, I usually still am awake at 2:45 a.m. It's just that I don't stream because I have a roommate. She will literally jump me. Probably. It's 11 a.m. for you? Oh, yeah. I don't even know the time where you are. Same time? I mean, I'm in Australia as well, so probably same time, yeah. You're in Australia and it's 2:46? Well, I'd assume you probably live in Queensland then. I'm also in Queensland. You probably live in Brisbane. That's why we have the same time zone, because we live in like a similar city. It's no secret that I live in the Gold Coast. I really want to move to Brisbane, and I'm planning to actually. I'm going to move to Brisbane because like god damn it, Gold Coast sucks. It's way too boring. There's nothing happening in here. There's no events, no nothing, no fun things happening. Going out doesn't even feel like going out. Yeah, I am moving out of this city. As soon as I could. You're very bored too? Yeah, same. Nothing happening in this city. And it's holiday for me, and like every day I'm just at home. This is way too like neon. Make it a little less like, you know. If I go, I want to go back in. Nothing special neither. Yeah, I know you. There's like only beaches in my city, and there's nothing special about it. It's just beach. You can just, you know, Google map a beach. There's nothing very like particularly special about a beach. That's why I feel like it's boring. It's just not for me. You're in Kiola, D2? I mean, you probably are, considering that you share the same time zone with me. I don't think there's... I mean, Sydney has a different time zone, New South Wales has a different time zone, West Australia has a different time zone, Victoria has a different time zone, so... and Northern Territory has a different time zone, so... by process of elimination, you must be somewhere in, like, I don't know, Cairns or Brisbane. It has to be. I don't think... Is there anywhere that also shares the same time zone as Brisbane? No, right? I don't know. New Zealand probably doesn't. Huh. Hyacinth, hello! Yes, it is Hyacinth. I'm so happy someone recognized my girl. You know, good at tracking that? No, I just know about... I just know a thing or two about geography. I just kind of know a little bit about geography, I guess, even though I'm not good at it. I should play GeoGuessr, maybe. I play it sometimes, but just when I'm with my friends and I play it. And I never played on... Well, I probably did, but then I never really, like, for real played on stream. Maybe I should play it sometime, GeoGuessr. And I should probably update my thumbnail using my new artworks. Your art is so pretty, you're underrated. Thank you! Thank you so much! Welcome to the stream, by the way. Hello, hello Matt! Hello! Oh, and I make guides as well, Luna. If you're interested, I make guides about how to draw on my YouTube channel. You can look into it. Loki dying because you're drawing a bell? That must suck so much. Like the transparency and how to balance it. That must suck so much. I already know it. Let me see. Maybe I should do a little bit about like pink because the next part is gonna be pink. I'll definitely check them out later because you suck at art. No problem. It's alright. We improve, you know? Oh my gosh, I love your art style. Thank you so much. I'm so honored. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for a follow, Luna. Thank you. Do you draw male? I have noticed only females up till now. Yes, because I don't draw male. For one, it's because I genuinely think that female characters in general are better designed. Like I draw fan arts usually, right? For like the other reasons, just because like I draw females so often that I don't know how to draw male, which I promise, I will try to learn how to. I promise. I promise. I will one day. But it's mostly because I feel like female characters are just better, like visually better designed. But let's think about some characters like Dan Heng Il. He is actually really pretty. Like I'm talking about really pretty. And I want to draw him so bad, but I don't know how to. Join my Discord server? Yes, please do. It's link in the description. Try to talk a little bit to my server's people, like our art buddies. They have funny people on there. Meanwhile, you're here trying to draw anything other than human drawing humans. Well, that's one thing to consider, you know, drawing humans. Oh my god, Dan Heng is the reason I got interested in HSR? Fei Xiao was the reason for it. Like, I wasn't like interested in HSR, but I do have like, I played it the first day of release. But the turn-based combat literally threw me off. I just quit the first day because the turn-based combat. But then it was patch 2.7 and then I saw Fei Xiao's Mid-Autumn art and I was like, oh my gosh, who is this hot woman? That was my call. I started playing HSR because I just opened like the HSR, like I just saw it, I think on Instagram or like on Wiki. I think I actually saw it on Fandom because like I saw the Mid-Autumn art on Fandom. I was like, oh, maybe I should look into HSR character designs. And I saw Fei Xiao's artwork. I was like, oh my gosh, who might you be? So I played Honkai Star Rail because of Fei Xiao. She is hot, very hot, and I love her. She's cute, she's intelligent, she's hot. I started HSR because of her. Bro, your art is so cute. Thank you so much. Thank you and welcome to the stream. Other characters I really like in Honkai Star Rail are of course Dan Heng. My favorite two characters would be Fei Xiao and Aventurine. Favorite of all time should be Fei Xiao. But then other than that, there's a lot of characters that I really like as well. So for example, Dan Heng, I really like Dan Heng, and I really like Saridra, and I really like Hyacinth. Who else? Let me think. Oh, okay, let me do it by the process of elimination instead. Some popular characters that I don't particularly like, really like. Well, there's a lot of popular characters that I don't actually like, which includes Kafka, Black Swan, Acheron, Firefly, Robin, and Sunday. I don't like Sunday. I really do not. But his design is really cool. Who else is like a popular character but I don't like? Like, don't particularly like. I don't know. Gallagher? I don't particularly like Gallagher. I don't know who else. Who's like a popular character? Well, I don't like Jingyuan. Like, not particularly like. I don't hate them, but then I just don't particularly like Jingyuan. Not well. The whole M4's cast, I like them, except maybe Castors. I just think she's overrated. It's not that I don't like Castors. Her design is so pretty, but then I think she's a little overrated, like in lore. But I really love Made, I love Bainan, I love Anaxa, I love Aglaya. Well, not love, but like I like Aglaya. I love Hyacinth and Saridra. I love them both. Blade is really popular. I originally really doesn't have like zero feelings for Blade, but then later on I actually thought he's a pretty cool character. Hey, you know when will you create the new Genshin models for the Genshin Impact 2 game? If they hire me. Hold on guys, I'm gonna like buy a ticket, like a high-speed rail ticket back to Shanghai. Just wait for me, I'm gonna get a job at Mihoyo. What was the price? Hong Kong to Shanghai high-speed rail. Let me go get a job if they hire me, which they probably wouldn't. Genshin and Honkai Star Rail has a really particular art style and they don't accept anything else. ZZC is a little different, they do have like diverse art style. But for me, Honkai Star Rail and Genshin art style is really like, I think it looks really good, it's so pretty, but then there's nothing like special about it. There's not like a strong personality in their art style, but it makes sense because they're a corporate. It's the like Honkai Star and Genshin has the standardized corporate art style, which I don't think is very interesting to me, but it's really good as well. ZZC is a little different. They have like diverse art styles. Subscribe and like, people. Don't forget Discord. Yes, thank you. You have a pretty bad potato, yep. And I have a really bad potato laptop, like really bad. I have 128 like MB of VRAM in my graphics card. I'm doing a lot of stuff. This laptop is not supposed to be able to run, but hey, I got a new laptop and it's arriving in 8 weeks. 2 months. Seriously, I paid like what? I paid like 2,600 Australian dollars for that shit. And you're telling me it's arriving in 8 weeks? No, why don't I just go to a corporate mall and just buy one then? Huh, if it wasn't for the e-coupon, I would just get one from a store, dude. You only use one brush? I use 3 usually. You can never use better brushes because the watercolor ones, it lags too much. I know, dude. I get you. I really do. I really get you. But it lags so much for me as well. I'm just like trying my best. If you turn it like on a larger setting, like then it starts to lag really bad. That's why I had to do it slowly in stream, or else I would have just done it really quick. Which sucks. And you can never learn how to shade? Good for you, I have tutorials on my channel. Shameless plug. Me too, I get you. I'm here thinking you already got the laptop. Now it's arriving in like 8 weeks. You know, like 8 weeks. That means I probably get it on my 18th birthday. Really became a birthday gift, huh? I don't know what brushes to use, so I found a random one you customize. That's good. Like customizing brushes are usually good, but I just use like the pre-made ones and I just buy it. Like on the Clip Studio Paint Market, I just purchased those brushes because they're like actually good. You'll probably make another brush if you really use the digital features. That's just a way to go. I mean, it preserves like the traditional beauty of art as well if you don't use like the digital functions. That's also good. No problem about it. Like, I have no problem with it. Who's like, wait, I need to look on like the your style kind of reminds you of Hanaku. I think, really? I mean, if you look on my Instagram, I think my style is very different from her. In fact, like very actually. Maybe it's just because like the base coloring that it makes you feel like it looks similar. I don't know. I really think it's very different. Does it? I mean, the face looks very different and the shading looks very different. You don't have Instagram? Oh. I'm mainly active on Instagram, but I'm trying to like make it on YouTube as well. So, wait, where's the popularity poll for like popularity poll XRSR characters? gotta go. Wanna watch some other videos already. See you next time. Thank you so much for sticking with me so long on the stream. If I'm too tired and see a Hinard, I think it's a new character launch for Genshin for some reason. No, I just draw characters I really like. Wait, where's the popular form? Okay. So apparently, okay, we have the list in here. Okay, so apparently the most popular character of all time in Honkai Star Rail is none other than Dan Heng. Dan Heng in Vibrant Lune. And the second is Aventurine. My boy really deserved it. But my guess is he would have fell off by now because of Finan. And the third is Jinwen. Fourth is Sunday and Kafka, Anaxa, Robin, Medei, Akron, March. Out of this list, I think I only have, I only particularly like Aventurine, Dan Heng, Anaxa, and Medei. Other than that, the other characters, I really don't have any feelings for them. Like, I don't really care about the other colors, characters, honestly. Just go write the lore, they're too lazy to complete. I mean, Honkai Star has really good lore. Genshin does as well, they have really good lore. The argument, okay, I have to say my hot take is that Genshin lore is as good as Honkai Star Rail. I know, like, don't scream. I know that Honkai Star Rail, oh, they have Aeons, they have like, oh my gosh, they're affiliated with Honkai Emperor, they have like the all-knowing tree, like the tree of all creations, blah 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 blah. Calm down. It actually isn't that bad. Genshin lore isn't that bad. It's just that you haven't read the books. I'm sorry, like, in order to unlock the Genshin Impact Pro Max, you have to read their books. The books are where the stuff actually happens in Genshin. And I actually really like Genshin for a reason. It's because, like, Genshin is solely based on one continent in the planet. That's the reason it's so good, because they don't focus too much on, like, Aeon's path, different planets, different, like, completely different concepts. And Honkai Star Rail, like, the only complaints I have about Amphorius is that Amphorius feels like a completely different game, because it doesn't feel like it's like the rest of Honkai Star Rail, which is, to me, I think is too much of a difference. Like, I get the special thing about Amphorius is so good. Amphorius story is so peak, but it just doesn't feel like it's from Honkai Star Rail. It's a completely different game. But Genshin does this really well because it's very coherent. It's just one planet, so they only elaborate on the lore of that one planet, which is what they're good at. So in my opinion, Genshin is in no way worse than Honkai Star Rail, and if you think so, you're wrong. Not really, but that's just my personal opinion as someone who loves reading lore in both games and theorize a lot. Hot take, Genshin lore equals to MC going out with everyone and doing everything but find the sibling. You were right. Genshin is like the MC just going out with, like, making out with everyone and then not finding their sibling. But that's more so about, you know, their marketing strategy, and also, like, because in lore, in case you didn't read it, in Sumeru they find out that their real objective is to actually complete the time loop instead of actually finding the sibling, because only by completing the time loop will they actually find out the truth about Teyvat, which is why they haven't been actively finding their sibling. It's just my opinion, but I think a lot of people who actually plays Genshin doesn't even know about it. If you don't play Genshin, that's completely reasonable, but if you do play Genshin, a lot of people don't understand that they're not trying to find their sibling, they're just completing the time loop now. They're just completing what they've started now. Pedro's secret was Skibidi in the drawing. Maybe I'll do one on my 18th birthday art. How do you color darker skin of your color palette without it looking too orange or gray? I just did this. Wait. The same way, but with darker skin. It's just that most characters I draw have, like, bright skin. I have a Mualani artwork on my Instagram. That's like a more tanned skin. And in fact, I have a tanned skin tone in real life. Hello, Jevin. Hello. Welcome to the stream. You know, a funny thing as to why I actually drew Mualani was because one time I posted a reel on Instagram about the problem with random color arts challenges, and I talked about it in a sarcastic format. And then someone commented funny how they're saying this, but they never have a darker skinned character in their profile, and which really it doesn't have anything to do with the video. Stop making my video about darker skins. I have never in any way mentioned that my art is going to be about darker skins. And originally I kind of get what they're going for, but then it's just that, was the topic about this? No. So why are you bringing this up? But the reason why I drew Mualani is because you know what? Yeah, maybe I should draw a darker skin tone character, even though she's just tan skin. But then that kind of reminded me, maybe it'll be cool to draw a darker skin character. Maybe I'll draw one. That's why I drew her. So at least I can tell people, look, I draw a darker skin character as well. It's just it's artwork. I really don't care much about the skin color debates. Because me personally, I'm not white, okay? I'm Cantonese, my color is tan, okay? But I have tan skin. But then even though I'm not white, I don't really care about the skin color debate. Just draw whoever you want to. It's an artificial world. You don't have to bring real world problems into artificial world. You have enough of problems in real life. I just want to escape that with digital world, which is why I don't really care about that. But that was the reason why I drew Mualani, because I don't want anyone coming to me saying I'm racist. I'm not. I'm completely not. In fact, I'm the minority. Okay, that's just a joke. Okay, don't take it seriously. I mean, I kind of am. I'm Cantonese, so even if I'm in the Chinese community, I'm still a minority. So. I don't know why, but the Wu-Lar is just a side character facing Lord Arbiter, who has every buff. I need to play Wu so bad. Just downloaded Genshin 2 days ago. Ooh, have fun playing it. Now playing Honkai Star Rail on the phone while watching your stream. I was drawing Alicia on my iPad a while ago. Honkai Star Rail is I don't have much to do on Honkai Star Rail because I don't have the meta characters, which is one complaint about Honkai Star Rail as well, is that power creep is so bad and you can't use old characters for new content. On Genshin, you can use Bennett from every single thing, but you can't on Honkai Star Rail because they're trying to make you pull for their new characters, right? Just how Hyacinth power crept Gallagher, how Trivy power crept every single fucking character in the game. Just how who else? Casters and Fine and power crept Akron and Fei Xiao. It's really bad, really. It's pretty bad. I wish they did less of the power crept problem. But I mean, it's turn-based combat, so to be honest, turn-based combat isn't interactive. So to sell their characters well, they can't just create new interactive playstyles compared to action games like Uwa and Genshin, right? So the only way they can actually sell their characters with a strong mechanic is to buff their scaling. Because they can't do much about it anymore. It's turn-based. There's a limit about turn-based. You can't just actually interact with the characters really strongly in combat. Which is why I think they do the power creep thing, because there is a way, but then they just don't want to make interest. It's not that the kids aren't interesting. It's just that the easiest way to sell the character is to power scaling and then make the HP inflation really big. In which it is a problem in Genshin as well, but it isn't as severe. I clear Abyss every single time full stars with Kaching. I'm serious, Kaching. The old 1.0 character Kaching. She's first patch release. Like now it's like 6.0 and I'm still using a 1.0 character to clear 26 stars, no problem. So in Genshin you can get around it with skill, but then you can't in Honkai Star Rail because you can't dodge in Honkai Star Rail. There's not such a thing as dodge. You're nice though, thank you. I mean, hopefully. I don't have your problem because I doubt anyone would complain about my art since I do like the most random things possible and it's very low to get accused of AI when the art is kind of not good. Don't say that about yourself. Well, I have been accused of AI like a few times, but it isn't a big problem of mine because my art pretty obviously doesn't look like AI. I've not gone like my AI accusations isn't as bad as like a lot of other artists who's got really bad AI accusations. But I think for one, that's because I stream. For two, my art style isn't very replicable with AI, which I hope it stays this way. Please stay this way. Please. Your problem is probably rage bait. Yeah, I have a lot of rage baiters in my Instagram and YouTube. Hi, will you do an anatomy or pose video or any tips on improving? I love your art. First of all, thank you so much and welcome to the stream. Second of all, anatomy and pose, I'm not sure because I've been flamed a lot of times and I'm being for real right now. I've been flamed a lot of times on Instagram about my anatomy. A lot of people complain on Instagram that my anatomy is really bad and I recognize it. That's why I draw it, because I'm bad at it. That's why I draw full body every time, because I have to like, you know, learn it through drawing. But I feel like for anatomy, I wouldn't be the best person to make a video about it because I'm not good at it. So I don't feel like I should make a video about anatomy and misguide people. I definitely wouldn't make one right now. Maybe in the future when I actually get good at anatomy, I'll make one. For poses, I think poses is a thing that I would rather explain it in like a live stream rather than a long video because I can't make a video out of pose. Basically, you can just imagine yourself styling, take a photo of yourself and then like try to figure out the anatomy, or look up on a game like what does the character do in lore or in their animations, or look up on Pinterest. Maybe there's some poses that you want to reference with. There's a lot, some of my artworks are like direct references of some poses on Pinterest, but some of my, like a lot of my poses are also like original poses or like a combination of different poses. You can do that. It's funny because even if they can't prove it, it will still accuse you of AI art. I know. Proceed to do the JoJo pose. That would be so sick. Imagine Hyacinth. Imagine this girl doing the JoJo pose. This girl out of everyone. Honestly, I can kind of imagine Medei doing the JoJo pose. That would be fire. That would be so fire. With a stand? Yeah, she... I mean, she could. Okay, thank you, no problem. I actually made a video about improving on my channel, so you can look onto it. It's, even though I call it like an improvement video, I'd say it's more about learning from other artists and referencing. That's the real content of the video. But I think it's the key to improving is to observe how everyone else does it, as how you would in every single thing in your life as well. Just observe like how others do it and then maybe think about how you could use the same technique. I have a video breaking it down so you can look on it. You're gonna take painkillers? Oh no, like period cramps? Who's your favorite characters? Hoyoverse games. I'll start with Hoyoverse games. Genshin Impact. Definitely Furina. Xiao, Keqing, and yeah, probably just Furina and Xiao, mostly Furina. Like, and then in Honkai Star Rail is Fei Xiao, Aventry, and then the secondary ones would be Saraidra, Hyacinth, and who else? Dan Heng. And then in Heaven Burns Red, it would be Kayamori Yuka and Aikawa Megumi. And then Undertale, well, Undertale's gotta be Undyne or Papyrus. Delta is gotta be Susie. It's gotta be Susie. Different animes, I don't know. I've watched Apothecary Diaries, but I don't particularly like. I like it, but I didn't feel as interested in Apothecary Diaries as people do. Like, I'm not very. I think it's good, but then it's a little too predictable. It's very predictable. Like all the tricks Mao Mao does, like the colorblind thing, the explosion through powder thing, it's pretty predictable. So my experience with watching Apothecary Diaries is basically like, it's just the romance part that I like, but the Mao Mao being smart part, I didn't feel very strongly because it's very predictable. Because, like, if you just look into the warehouse, the moment she patted like the flower bag, you would have known it's gotta be like a powder explosion. It's very obvious. And then the moment she talks about like red, green, and then like doors, but there's like same color doors, you would know that it's color blindness. That's very predictable. I think the only unpredictable thing, like unpredictable case in Apothecary Diary really is just Roran. Like Roran Heat. That's the only arc that is not predictable. But other than that, my complaint about Apothecary Diary is how predictable the cases are. But the romance part, I really enjoyed it. I thought it was really, really cute. It's so funny. Will we see you play Code Vein one day? Maybe. Who knows? How long have you been drawing? Because I've been drawing for 4 months and I don't know how much time it would take me to get as good as you. The harsh truth is this is gonna take years. Because digitally, lock-in and drawing like a lot, I've been doing it for 5 years. And even then, I'm actively trying to improve every day. So it's gonna be a really, really long journey. It's not gonna be short. It's not months, it's gonna be years. But if you have the dedication, you're gonna be better than me, definitely. There's tons of people who are better than me. For me, it's more about like the real like way of improving is to challenge yourself. If you don't know how to draw it, draw it. If you don't know how to draw eyes well, draw eyes. That's the real improvement key. Because as I always say, practice doesn't make perfect at all. Practice just makes improvement. Not sure who came up with the saying practice makes perfect, but I gotta disagree with it. But it's a really good saying. But my saying would be practice makes improvement. I can say going from traditional artist to a digital artist was basically relearning how to draw. Kind of, but I can still use the techniques I've done in traditional. Yeah. Okay. Wait, she has white stockings. Oh. Ignore that. I didn't know she had white stockings. Sorry. Finally, someone who wears stockings. Or, you know, socks. Design's really cute. Her design's really cute. I just realized she looked like your model. Yeah, a lot of people says Hyacinth looks like me. I mean, a lot of people say I look like Hyacinth. The funny thing is my model concept was here. Like, I thought about it already before Hyacinth was a character. So that was interesting. But I do look like her a lot. Hey, that's a good thing because I really like her. I felt embarrassed to ask this question because I think it's stupid, but do you like Lay's? Wait, who's that? I'm sorry, I need to like search that. I don't know about a lot of stuff. Give me a second. Actually, I guess traditional artists will be already knowing grayscale. Yeah, of course. I mean, one of the first things you would master in traditional art is grayscale with graphite pencils. Which is why it's so important to learn traditional art before digital, because you can be good at traditional but not be good at digital, but most of the time, if you only are good at digital, it's pretty rare that you would be also good at traditional. That's assuming if you're only good at digital. If you're only good at traditional, you would be pretty good at digital as well. If you're only good at digital, you probably won't be good at traditional. That's how I would put it. That's because the fundamentals of digital art is traditional art. Oh, I don't know this guy, I'm sorry. TikToker? I don't watch TikTok though. Yeah. I don't really watch TikTok, so... There's something you need to know about me, is that I have really obscure interests. So for example, my favorite music genre is orchestral music or classical music, which includes more than orchestral as well. Is a YouTuber? Oh. Well, I don't really watch much as well, so. You know what's your opinion on Shio from God Eater and Fim from God Eater 3? I haven't watched God Eater though, so I can't give you an opinion of that. Yeah. Which is pretty interesting because I do digital art, which is a pretty like modern thing. But then I don't particularly like pop music, which contradicts my digital art thing. Interesting, like I like classical art, but somehow, I mean, I like classical music, but somehow not pop music. But I somehow also like digital art, so that's really interesting. Search them up? I might. I'm just kind of busy right now. Can you send me a picture of them? But there's actually something that I kind of want to address, is that like I'm all for like people asking me questions because I love like teaching others about what I learned in art. But then I receive some DMs sometimes. I usually don't respond to DMs on Instagram, so please do not DM me on Instagram because I don't want to respond to them, because if I respond to one, I have to respond to all. I don't want to like be favoritism, you know? So please, if you want to contact me, the best way you do it is to message me on Discord and tag me instead of DMing me, especially on Instagram. But I receive like DMs, and like there's one person who asked me like, okay, I'm gonna read their chat. I'm gonna translate that to English, and that kind of like made me a little upset. So their first message is, "Hello, your art is very beautiful. Do you have any techniques?" Which is fine, right? And so I tell them, "Oh, I have a YouTube and I make tutorials. If you would like to, you can look at it." And then they just reply me, "What's your YouTube name?" There's a difference between Cantonese and English, because like in Chinese, you usually, like, the culture of Chinese is thank others for everything. So the way they typed it in the Cantonese tone was not very like polite or friendly as you would to a stranger, right? And then I just answered them, "Oh, it's the same ID as my Instagram." And then the next message they sent me was, "What app do you use?" And I was like, "Clip Studio Paint." And then they just messaged me TY, which is, well, thank you. Nothing else. So for the whole conversation, the first message was alright. They just asked, "Hello, your art is very pretty. Like, what techniques do you use?" Instead of like, first of all, like you should probably look into my socials because maybe there will be something addressing it. But the second is Second, which is the most important, is that like if you message a stranger on the internet and ask them for advice, you should probably thank them beforehand. It's not that okay, I'm a pretty carefree person. I don't care much about politeness, blah blah blah, right? I don't care much about rules, but I think it's more like if you message someone you don't know and then you're actively asking them for help, you should probably tell them, hi, I would like to learn this, and would you mind if you share something about this? Would you mind telling me your YouTube ID so I can look up on it and then thank you? Like, you should probably say this instead of like, what's your YouTube name? What's the app you use? What app do you use? And then just reply with TY. Like, I'm all for answering questions on even in DMs, even though I've stated this a lot of times. Please stop messaging me on Instagram because I don't want to DM people on Instagram. Please do so by tagging me on Discord chat. But if you really want to message me on Instagram finding advice, like, please do so with basic etiquette and politeness. Don't just message me and then say like, hi, I want to learn your art style. And I was like, oh, okay, sure. Well, I have a YouTube, and just go like, what's your YouTube name? What app do you use? Okay, TY, bye. Please don't do that. That's like basic etiquette on internet as well. Just because you're on internet doesn't mean you can just go without basic like, hi, I would like to blah blah blah. Would you mind to blah blah blah? You know? Can't you turn off DM? I want to, but the problem is, how would someone contact me if they actually have something important, right? If I have a collab offer, if I have a commission, most people would message me on Instagram, and some email me, but most Instagram. So I have to keep it open in case someone wants to find me for important stuff. That's why. Fair point, yeah. That's why I don't really respond to DMs, because my experience with DMs weren't the best. Like, there's a lot of people who DM me for like post, like they just send me like, you know those reels where they send like, oh, share to 10 people to save this cat or whatever, right? Please stop sending me this. There's so many people who sends me this. Please stop. I don't really want to, you know, but all good. Hi, I'm new here. Hello, feeling down? Welcome to the stream. I hope you're not feeling down in my stream. Is the core flame this color? I think it is. It's like a bluish purple. But yeah, the only thing I would say is like, I'm all about like sharing how I draw, because I quite literally do this on YouTube, right? But then please, if you want to DM me, first is don't. Second is, if you really can't hold back DMing me, please at least have some basic etiquette. Okay, how do we... It's like a little purple, right? Okay. Yeah, looks good. Alrighty, and then that's the black part of like the tips. I'll be honest, I have no idea who you are, but this stream was on my FYP, so you're here now. Well, welcome! It's okay, I have no idea who you are as well, no offense. But welcome here, welcome to the stream, I hope you enjoy it here. I'm an aspiring artist who likes to share how I personally draw. Oh, hello Saturn, welcome to the stream. How are you doing? Wait, I forgot about this. I always forget to paint these parts for some reason. How often do you stream? It depends. Like, holiday? A lot, because now I'm on holiday. But then usually not much. I want to stream more, but then if there's not like a large audience who, like a medium-sized audience who wants to watch my stream, then it will only waste my time, because I feel more comfortable working on my own stuff rather than just like streaming every time. But if there's people who wants to watch my streams, then I'll stream for engagement as well. Totally not working on our collab. Well, that's one way to go, you know, watching the other artists drawing while you work on the collab art. Definitely. It's all good, take your time. All good. Your drawings look so pretty. What inspired you to draw? Do you want the real answer or the PR answer? Because the PR answer would be because I have a passion for art, which is actually true as well. The real answer is because I love characters. I love pretty characters, and I love a lot of characters. And also because like as a kid, okay, technically I still am a kid, okay? But as a younger kid, I really wanted to be better than other kids. That's like, I think it's a pretty normal thing. You're a kid, yeah, of course you want to be better than others, right? So if there's one thing I can actually be better than other kids, then that would be drawing. Because I learned I learned a little bit about you know, traditional art even back then. So I was like, huh, you know, if I'm bad at academics, surely surely drawing will be one thing I'm gonna be good at and beat everyone else. that's the real answer. But the PR answer I will always say whenever someone asks what inspired me to draw is because I have a passion for drawing. that's not like untrue, it's true, but it's more so like because one, I love hot women, two, I love cute girls, and then three, because I wanna like be better than other kids as a kid. That's the real reason. Gacha game models? Yep, I do. I love pixels. I mean, you guys are literally looking at pixel screen. So, well, I love pixels, and you guys probably do too. Hi, hello, welcome to the stream. How are you doing? Lupe, Bells, yeah. Okay, this is the real answer. It's just because I love the characters, you know? And you know the okay, I'm gonna be very real. This is both PR and my real answer is that the satisfaction from like improving in art is unparalleled. Every art piece I will improve a little bit, and looking back, it really makes me feel like, oh my gosh, wow, I actually did improve a lot, and maybe I have a worth in life, you know? Maybe I'm not that shit. That's all. Maybe art is the one thing I will be good at, and that's gonna make me unique. That's the real reason, yeah. That's the wholesome reason. The unwholesome reason is because, well, what I just mentioned. Hello, Dude, hello! Oh, everyone say hi to Dudu. Like, Kleedu. Everyone say hi to her. She's one of my first ever commissioners, and she's the reason why I'm called Hina in the first place. You know, someone asked me why I was called Hina last stream, right? I explained it was because a commissioner suggested this name. This is the commissioner who's carried my whole career and started my whole career. So everyone say hi and pay your respects. Can you show us some other drawings, please? Yes. Okay, maybe I can import the drawings instead. Give me a second. Love you, thank you. Hello everyone. Yep, guys, say hello to Cleo. It's actually years ago, but she's the reason why I started my career. Well, not particularly like the actual reason, but then more like the one who helped me start my career. Let me find some artworks you guys might be interested in. So, for example, you know, the funny thing is, like, I failed so many times at content creation. Never in 9 years. never in 9 years have I actually made it on the internet as a content creator. So yes, I was one of those, you know, YouTube kids, but never in my 9 years have I actually made it. So what you can tell is just that I'm just actually dedicated. Because after 9 years of failing, I'm still going, which is kind of crazy when you think about it. Okay, so this is one of how it works. And then another one would be what's my other recommendation of artworks? Let me see. Let me see. Where is it? My Ceridra artwork. That is such a that is one thing I'm very proud of. That one I'm very proud of. Celesta is now in the basement. Now that you know, like Celesta and Carnelian, like first two OCs, they were actually the original of my current OC, which is why they're in the basement now, because they've turned into my new OCs. I'm probably not the best OC creator, you know, they're just now in the basement. That's another one. These are some that I'm pretty proud of. Especially this one, particularly. I really like this one. I thought I did such a good job at this one. I did a really good job at this. Talking to a pixel PNG that moves every time she talks. Well, that's true. That is so true. We are talking to pixels. Well, technically I am as well, because even messages are pixels, right? Are you feeding them at least? Yes. I'm so glad she has so many support and everyone's so nice to everyone. Hope you guys love her. Thank you so much, guys. Check out Kleedu as well. I think she does Cantonese content now, so if you're from Hong Kong or from Malaysia, Singapore, check her out. But if you speak English majorly, then you might not be in good luck. But, you know, of course we do not talk about Scrollix. Is Scroll active right now? Is he online? Scroll, the one person in our you know, chat. Our one and only golden haters, Scrollix. Wait, what am I missing again? I know I'm missing the Ika plushie, but really I cannot care enough to actually draw it. So, unluckily for you guys, I am not going to draw Ika. We love this artist for real, thank you. I'm just trying to be a real, you know, I'm just trying to be a casual person. Please do not make me like more famous than I should be. Being a famous person would be so stressful, so please do not make me more famous than intended. I'm just trying to be, you know, a casual person on the internet. I'm just here, you know, just sharing my tricks and tips on art. Yep. Wait, what is this meant to be? Oh, that's the... Oh, forgot that. That's like probably the sleeves. 100k is the goal? Actually, yeah. On Instagram, 100k followers is the goal. We're currently 1/5 of it, which is crazy. And on YouTube, 50k would be the goal. She's like my little baby sis. Yep, she's Kleedu is like, you know, I just call her Dudu. She's like my older sister and I'm the one who kickstarted my career. Can't wait for 100k? Maybe. How about on X? Look, Twitter is so luck dependent. You can literally post 10 of the same artwork and the results will be so different. On Instagram and YouTube, yes, it still depends on luck. But the thing is, you can post the same video over and over again and the results wouldn't be too different. As long as you've got the hang of the algorithm, it will reward you. But then the algorithm on Twitter is so weird because it literally is luck. It's just luck. Literally, it's just luck. Look at how my for some reason my Columbina artwork got like 200k views. But then right after I posted 2 new artworks and they did really bad. They got like, I don't know, 100 views. That's about Twitter, so I have no goals on Twitter and it's a horrible like, people on Twitter are way too toxic. So I don't know what to feel about actually going on Twitter at all. How long do your drawings usually take? About ranging from 18 hours to 30 hours. It's a pretty large range, I know, but it usually ranges from this. You know, chat, when I first started streaming, I actually streamed like game content instead. But now that I'm doing like an art career, I should probably do more art. But I still really miss gaming content because I actually enjoyed gaming. Just like, you know, the good old Minecraft kid, blah blah blah. But now it's way less popular. Don't feel like doing it anymore. Minecraft is, speak of about Minecraft, it feels less like interesting now. For one, it might be because I actually grew up. For two, it might be because of maybe it actually fell off, maybe it's really less interesting. But then I miss the good old days of, you know, Minecraft with friends. Back when COVID, I used to just play Minecraft in class with my friends. No one cares about teacher, I mean I don't care as well. What kind of games? It's just, you know, RPGs. When I talk about RPG, I mean anime RPGs. So think about something like Genshin, Honkai Star Rail, Wuwa, or even like Undertale, Deltarune. And then maybe something different would be Minecraft. I don't do like legit gaming. I just only play RPG games because I'm just not interested in like heavy gaming. So, and I'm not good at gaming. So, oh, maybe Elden Ring. I kind of want to play Elden Ring. Not gonna lie. Okay, I know she has a feather on her cat, but then I can't care about drawing this right now. You know? Okay, so, wait. She has like a golden ring around her head. This. I'm just simplifying her design. Like, don't mind that I'm actually simplifying it because like I really don't think anyone cares about the most precise details. It's not like I'm getting paid by Hoyoverse, so. Wait, she has like, oh, she has like a little hand. She has like a bead in her sleeves. Let me draw it. You better stream playing Elden Ring as your mom. No, maybe actually that would be a great idea. What's the most spoken language in the world? Like, because I wanted to say like, sometimes I feel tired from speaking in English, but then, well, at the same time I want to improve in English, but what is the actual default language of the world? Is there one? It's gonna be English, dude. What's the most spoken language in the world? I know it might be Mandarin, but then, I mean Mandarin Chinese, right? But then no one speaks Chinese apart from the Chinese. Like, you can't deny it. Chinese is such a big language, but it's not really. It's only because there's so many Chinese people all across the world. Like, there's a lot in, well, China, obviously. China is Chinese people. And then Malaysia, Singapore, and then even in Australia or America, there's a lot of Chinese, right? But Chinese is like, it's not a popular language. It's just that there's way too much Chinese. That's why it's like a popular language, right? So it might be English, maybe. Let me search it up. Most spoken language in the world. List of languages by number of native speakers. 2018 estimates. So apparently, let me see. Top languages by population. So apparently, English is third in line, and you guys are correct. Just by population, the most spoken language in the world is Mandarin, which is 990 million. The second is Spanish, which is 484 million. English with 390 million, Hindi with 345 million, and Portuguese with 250. Like, I would have imagined French to be on top. Like, I didn't know Portuguese was such like a big language. I thought it would be like French, you know, because of like colonization. Do different versions of the languages count? It depends on, like, are you talking about dialects? I mean, there's a lot of dialects in Chinese, but then I'd say if you're talking about something like Cantonese, Cantonese is a different language. It's not the same language as Mandarin, because Chinese is a really big group. I think here's a common misconception as a Cantonese, which is, well, subdivided of Chinese, but here's a big misconception about Chinese. When you say you speak Chinese, you don't actually speak Chinese. The language you're speaking is Mandarin, which is the modern version of ancient Mongolian language, because in history, Mandarin is from Yuan Dynasty, which is from Mongolia. So the first version of Mandarin, there's a lot of debate on this, so there's no like a precise version of the truth, but the actual might be closest to history one is that Mandarin is actually Mongolian. But it's not like the Mongolian right now. Mongolian right now has like a similar alphabet with Russian, right? They have also changed their languages a lot, and probably Mandarin also changed a lot over time. But when you say you speak Chinese, you're actually saying you're speaking Mandarin. And a lot of people fail to realize this, because like on the internet, they always say, oh, I speak Chinese, I speak blah blah blah. But then a lot of people, like, which is normal because Mandarin is the biggest subdividing group of Chinese, right? Subdividing language of Chinese. But the truth is, Mandarin is not Chinese. Well, it is, but then it's not like Chinese, because Mandarin is only a subdividing group under Chinese. So Chinese includes like Mandarin and then Hokkien, I think. Is it? I'm not sure what it's called in English, okay? So there's a lot of languages that also falls under Chinese. So Shanghai Hua is also Chinese. Fukien language is also Chinese. Cantonese is also Chinese. Mandarin is also Chinese. So a lot of people don't know. It blew your mind. Yes, that is why I feel like as a Cantonese I should educate people on this, because I don't know why. Is it because of education that a lot of people on Instagram genuinely don't realize this? Because like when people say I speak Chinese, they often default to Mandarin, which is not true. So when you say you learn Chinese, the real thing you're saying is actually I learn Mandarin, not Chinese. You learn Mandarin, you don't learn Chinese. If you want to learn Chinese, there's a lot of languages in Chinese, but if you learn Mandarin, that's probably the Chinese you're referring to. So the truth is, Mandarin is Chinese, but then Chinese doesn't equal to Mandarin. It's like, okay, we have this saying in Cantonese that like, which means your mom is a woman, but then a woman isn't your mom. So that's the same concept. So my explanation about the Chinese problem is that Mandarin is Chinese, but then Chinese isn't Mandarin, because there's a lot of subdivided languages which are all different and separate under Chinese, which includes, well, of course, Cantonese or Yue, and a lot more. So that's one thing for you to realize, that Chinese isn't actually as common as you think, because even the Chinese has a lot of different languages. That's what I'm trying to say. So, which is why when I talk about like the most spoken language in the world, I'd say it's actually English. Like, you can't deny it. Even though English is the third most spoken language in the world, I feel like we can all agree it is the international language, because the reason why Mandarin Chinese and Spanish was so widely spoken was because for Spanish, there's a lot of Spanish people and colonization, which also works for English, but English more like is so widespread. But then Chinese is because there's so many Chinese population, even all across the world. That's why. Autumn, you're new here. Hello, welcome to the stream. Sorry, we were talking about Chinese. Sorry, didn't talk about much about art. Was talking about something off topic. Yeah, so I feel like people probably would have their mind blown, just like how Lipe said that when you first heard about the word Mandarin, you thought it was Japanese word and dialect, so you blew your mind to realize it was a version of Chinese. Yes, it is. I feel like even though the West has been, and social media has been learning more and more about Asian culture, I think they kind of don't realize is that Asian culture is so diverse that even in Asia there's like a lot of conflict. Asia isn't as like Asia isn't as like, you know, the rainbow and magic as the current Instagram side of America puts out to be. Nah, there's a lot of conflict. It was interesting actually. I'm glad that it is, because I love to talk about history and stuff, even though I don't know much about history because I didn't get education on history, okay? But I like to learn about it. Hina history lessons are better than study history lessons. Did you know that Australians went to war with a bunch of emus and they lost? Crazy enough, right? That's a new history to put in. I'm half Burmese, but you don't really speak it. Yeah, I get it. I know you. I get this. Hi, I'm new to this channel. It's nice to find another artist streaming Fallen Go. Thank you so much. I'm glad that you like this stream. Welcome. Welcome. Seems like you're growing. I'm glad. Thank you so much for a follow, Autumn. Okay, I know it's subscribe on YouTube, but then okay, I've been living on Instagram for too long that I'm sorry, it's just follow. English is also taught in a lot of European or foreign schools, as well as other languages and taught in American English schools. Yep, that's true. The reason why Mandarin is the most spoken language, in my opinion, as a Chinese, I think it's just because there's a lot of Chinese people. Descendants of Chinese people or like subgroups of Chinese also know how to speak Mandarin. But in reality, a lot of us don't even speak Mandarin. If you go to Hong Kong and speak Mandarin, you'll probably people would probably get you out of their fucking shop. They would be like, stop saying Mandarin, it's Hong Kong, and we speak Cantonese. They would probably do that. Yeah. I feel like social media lacks the knowledge about the whole Chinese problem, and when people say like, you know, yep, I learned Chinese now, you're just learning Mandarin. What is Mandarin? You're in one hell of an explanation. So, as a Cantonese, which is a minority group in Chinese, I feel like I should explain this. So, you guys know how now that Chinese is a growing has a growing position in like the international sphere as well as to like even onto social media, especially now that gladly racism isn't as bad of a thing as before, and now that Asians are also getting recognized. There's a lot of people who learns Chinese now, and they talk about like a lot of people see Chinese characters, look at Chinese packaging, or like hear like a Chinese-ish language, or they learn Chinese. They will say, yes, I learned Chinese, I know a lot about Chinese, I know this is Chinese. But then the problem is a lot of them, I'm not sure if they don't realize it, or just that it's just a default, which I understand, because the default of Chinese is for some reason Mandarin, because it's the most widespread Chinese language. But the reality, which I feel like a lot of people should also learn about, is that when you say you learn Chinese, or if you are actually learning Chinese, you're probably not learning Chinese. I can bet on 99% of the time, I will bet $100 that you're not actually learning Chinese. Because Chinese is a group. So when you think about Chinese, it's actually more about the language group. So Chinese includes a lot of languages, including Mandarin, which is the default Chinese you hear on the internet. So if you say ni hao, that's Mandarin. That's not Chinese, that's Mandarin. Well, it is Chinese. It's just that like okay, Mandarin equals to Chinese. Chinese doesn't equal to Mandarin. That's what I'm saying. So Mandarin is a subgroup of Chinese language. So if you say ni hao, it's Mandarin. It's Chinese, but it's also Mandarin. So what people don't know is that why I feel like it's weird that the internet doesn't know what Mandarin is, even though that's literally the Chinese they're talking about. Because when Western people learn about Chinese, which is good actually, because I think Chinese is a very beautiful language, they are actually learning Mandarin instead of instead of the whole Chinese language system, because there's also a lot of like sub languages in Chinese, which is, for example, Mandarin, and then Cantonese as well. You should sleep before your headaches get worse. Yeah, you should. You probably should. Hello, good night. Right, let me read the comments as well. Speaks Spanish, native language, English and Cantonese, Chinese first, but very badly. Hope you can improve your Canto. You're in good place because I'm Cantonese. 你好，早晨，我要畫畫。Even though I'm only half Bernese, when I was a kid, you would be bullied at the park by other kids for your Asian eyes, and you thought it was normal. But growing up, I never realized how bad Asian hate was. Luckily for me, I was born and raised in Hong Kong, which is Asian, so there never really was Asian racism in my knowledge, because I'm in my own country. How could I be racist in my country, right? I'm just like everyone else. But then on the internet, you can kind of tell it. Even though I'm glad that it isn't as bad as before, because think about like decades ago, it's gonna be so bad. But now, it's way better. Especially to, you know, Asians. Is way better now, and people have been learning about Asian culture, even though there's still a long way to go, because the whole Mandarin problem just proves to me that most people don't even know Chinese. like if you don't know Chinese, that's completely normal, because it's a pretty like it's a unique language. It's only spoken within Chinese people. It is the most spoken language in the world, sure, but it's only spoken within Chinese people, or like ethically, or descendant of Chinese. But universally, it's still English. It's still gonna be English. As a descendant of Chinese, yes, English is the international language. Now I'm not being racist, because I am my own race. I can't be racist, or you know, just a joke. You don't know any language feels primitive. Well, you are speaking English, so you probably have one. Biblically accurate Chinese. I mean, true. Biblically accurate Chinese would be the dialects, the so-called dialects of Chinese. Historically speaking, Mandarin is a new Chinese language because it was only invented about 400 to 700 years ago. So Mandarin is actually the new version of Chinese. Well, a new language of Chinese. The ancient Chinese languages would be the so-called dialects, which some people actually still speak, and then some people do. For example, the largest group of ancient Chinese speakers would be Cantonese people, because Cantonese has been here for about like 2,000, 3,000 years. That's one of the biggest groups, but there's like a lot of other subgroups as well. But just so you know, Cantonese is dying. Because the most spoken Cantonese city in the world is probably Hong Kong, but then even then Hong Kong is trying to eliminate Cantonese. So just so you know, there's an ancient language dying. So I still speak Cantonese. It's my mother tongue. 你好，近來無樣啦。And would you like to be an animator for recreation for the first episode of the show I made? Please reply in the chat because I have my audition mute. Someone reply no. I'm sorry, like I'm not trying to shame, but like I don't have time because for one, it's not like probably I wouldn't get paid a lot for it. Second, I'm not an animator. As you might can tell, I am a illustrator and there's a pretty big difference. Can someone type in the chat and say no because I'm not an animator and because my fees for commissions are pretty high? My dog is whining and whimpering. Anyone got any advice on how to get her to shut the fuck up? She's fine, just small, and for some reasons wants to be anywhere but my room for no reason. Honestly, I kinda get you. Dogs just being dogs. Am I missing any details now that I feel like I've got a hang of it? Wait, let me look at like the side view. Okay, so there's like a wait, what? There's like a little opening in here, I guess. Thank you, Rain. I really hope that doesn't sound like I'm being impolite, but just that my assumption is, for one, I'm not an animator, for one. For two, if it's a genuine work request, you probably wouldn't find me via YouTube. That's the last place you would commission someone. You would probably DM me on Instagram or send me an email if it's like such a big project about like animations for a whole episode, right? So if you're trying to commission me, send me an email or DM me through Instagram. Or find me on VGen. So if you're messaging me through YouTube, my first assumption would be that you're not gonna pay me. You're just gonna like use my artworks with like minimum credits and then not pay me. So that's my assumption and why I said no. But I'm not trying to be rude, it's just that there's a way of commissioning artists and I feel like it should be made aware for other people as well. She's already had plenty today and I feel trees for no reason will teach her all the wrong things. I guess so. I mean, I'm a cat person, so I'm not sure about dogs, but I heard that dogs, like, you can't educate a cat. They don't care. They just really don't give a shit. Cats are just cats. You can't educate them. But dogs, I think you can educate them through discipline, I think. First of all, don't hit them. I'm not saying to hit them. Please do not. Do not ever fucking hit a dog. I will track you down. But I'm pretty sure you can like try to not give them treats and they will understand that, you know, it's not the best action to do, I think. But I'm not a dog person, so I'm broke dog. Would like to commission my OCs in the future when that changes through. It's alright. I'm a college student as well, so regrettably pretty broke as well. Especially when I have rich kids surrounding me. Gotta go, but you turn on notice. Thank you so much. In case you stream again, so hopefully I'll be there next time. Thank you so much for the support. See ya. Have a nice day. Have a very, very nice day or nice sleep. Especially when I have a lot of rich kids surrounding me now. I feel really broke. The one time, you know how I just said my mom wants me to socialize and touch some grass? You know, the one time I actually tried to socialize with other kids, they went to Gucci. That's the first ever time I went to a Gucci. I didn't know you can actually go into Gucci with casual wear. Don't you have to like, I feel like for the luxury shops, don't you have to like dress up really neat to go to Gucci? Like, no? Yeah? No? I don't know. So they went to Gucci and then they went and buy 2 belts, which was like 500 Australian dollars each. So I am broke. In general, and because my classmates literally went to Gucci and buy belts. And yeah, probably not the best friends to be around with. Who knows, right? Hina, who inspires you to draw like this? My first inspiration was Torino Aqua on Twitter. My second and current inspiration is Matcha. But now I'm kind of inspiring myself as well because I want to develop my own style. So yeah. No worries, you're broke too? Yeah, we all are. We all are. might be expected in nice restaurants and stuff, but as long as you got the money and means to buy something, I don't think they're paid enough to care. You mean like... Oh yeah. Nice restaurants, yeah. I think so, because I've heard stories about how Gucci apparently kicks out people if you don't look rich enough. Because I guess they do. If you're like in a Steinway piano shop, they probably would kick you out if you're not looking like a professional pianist and just go and like play their instruments that are worth like thousands of millions each. So I feel like fancy shops, maybe they do this. I'm gonna share a really funny story. So one time, me and my friends, as a high school graduation trip, because we are all broke, other students from my school went to like Europe, but me and my friends, we just went to China because that was the most accessible option for us. We just took like cheap domestic flights to China, and then we went to one city which is called Yunnan, and the rich and poor gap was really shown there, because later on we went to another very rich city called Chengdu, and in there all it was just malls, and then we went into like the big malls, and the inside was full of luxury shops. We saw like Balenciaga, Gucci, like Louis Vuitton, and what, like Kate Spade, is that what they're called? Like luxury shops. And they were like, oh, not that we can buy anything out of them. So we didn't buy anything from the trip. Almost nothing, except I bought a really nice dress from Yunnan. Am I still missing any components of the art? I don't think so. So finally, time to put on the base shading. Before that, let's... Oops. I've never been to a fine dining restaurant. Honestly, I kind of want to go to one. Like the experience and the vibes from like social media kind of makes me feel like, oh, it's pretty special, isn't it? I kind of want to go to one, but it's not like I can pay for it, so... Anything I earn, I just pay for tuition, rent, food, or, you know, yeah, just usual stuff. Not like I can afford it anyways. It's looking already so good. Thank you. Do you have advices on how to render clothes? I think for rendering clothes, the key is the base color. So how you do the gradients is very important. Like, I talked about that in my video as well, but I'm gonna expand it a little bit on my live stream. So you know how like, for example, there's pink here, and there's like a little bit of magenta here. So this edge also has a little bit of magenta color, so it kind of feels like it's mixing, which makes it look less like how do I put it? Which makes it less like pop and makes it more coherent. So for example, because there's white here and there's a magenta here, so now there's like the gradient of like in between. It's kind of like white and magenta. That's the base coloring part. And then the rendering part, I haven't gone to rendering, so your best bet would be to watch the coloring tutorial video. But basically, for the base coloring, I'd say, yeah, just the coherence of the colors is very important. Okay, base, shadows. The colors we're gonna use this for today, purple again, probably. Wait, it actually looks kind of good. What the fuck? Wow, I'm so proud of myself, even though I don't sound like it. It actually looks pretty good. Huh. Maybe I'll do like a gradient shade because of the white and dark background of this. Yeah, it looks alright. Let me just like adjust the color a little bit. Yeah, it looks pretty good. Increase a little bit. Oops. That might actually be some of the best advice I've heard. Usually just get a reference and practice. I've talked about referencing in my first ever made it on the For You page video. But basically what I said is that yes, reference, because referencing is how you improve. But beyond just think about, oh, I gotta reference this, I gotta reference that, there's more to it. So there's a way of referencing, which is, let's say, about my art style. Analyze my art style. So don't just look at a reference and copy everything. Because yes, you can learn something from copying, but that's gonna take you more time than the method I'm gonna mention, which is, so let's say you like my art style, okay? The most distinctive part about my art style might be the hair, for example, okay? So if you look at my hair drawing, you might see, there's some really saturated color blocks in between the light and dark intersection, and that's what separates my art style from different artists. That's because I do this and some other artists, majority of them don't. That's why it made you feel like, oh, my art style is unique and pretty. Maybe it's because this one trait that made you feel like, oh, this is interesting. I like this, I like that. Or maybe if you look at the shading of my art and you think of, oh, I like how it's blended together, but then it's not like muddy because maybe they only blended it a bit with a blocky brush, or maybe they used shapes in blending instead of only using airbrushes. And maybe that's what separated my style from different artists. And maybe you look at another artist and you think, oh, their eyes looks really good. Maybe it's because their eyes has a similar tone to the skin color, so it blends in with the skin well. Maybe that's a reason. So when you reference, don't only think about, oh, I'm gonna grab this picture, I'm gonna copy it, I'm gonna copy the colors as well. You can do that for sure, especially when it's poses. I think poses is the one thing that you can just reference heavily and just, as long as people know you're referencing or you talk about that's a reference or it's obviously a reference and you change up the elements, then it's gonna be fine. But especially when it comes to like colors, referencing does have a way. It's not only like, oh, grab this picture and then reference it, but you don't even know how to reference. Like, what does referencing really mean, right? Is it just I reference this and then I color this and I use the same colors that they did? No, it's not actually. It's more so about observing what's special about their art, what you like about them. So you might like 5 artists. Artist A has really good eyes, artist B has really good hair, artist C has really good poses. So you combine them together. What makes artist A's like hair or eyes special? Maybe it's because they blend in with skin well. Why does it blend in with skin well? Because you zoom in on the artwork and then you find out, oh, it's because maybe they share a skin tone. Maybe they have the skin tone in their eyes. Maybe that's why it looks special. That's what separates it from the rest of the artists. So you observe that and then you try to make it a part of your art as well. So if this artwork use like saturated colors for the hair in the intersection points, then maybe you notice, that's what's special about them, So you take that knowledge from the reference and then put that into your own action. So referencing isn't only about, oh, just get a photo, reference this, and then, draw that. If people tell you to only reference it, they're right. But it's more so that, what is referencing? People don't answer that question. It's not only looking at that and then copying it. It's also more so about learning from copying or observing. I think observing would be better, personally, okay? I'm pretty good at observing stuff. So it's more about the process about learning from copying or observing. So in truth, referencing is like, I observed that this artist did this. So I decided that I would also do this. I observed that this artist is really good at drawing hair, so I want to find out why they are good at drawing hair. And through finding out, I might copy their artwork as a practice. I might reference their artwork. I try to mimic their artwork, or I try to share it to my friends and ask them, hey, what do you think is special about this art style? Maybe you will find the answer through this. That is the true meaning of referencing to me. I didn't go to art school. Do not take my words as professional advice. I did not go to art school. I repeat, I did not go to art school. I am not a professional. I repeat. Hello, Kota. Welcome to the stream. Which is not bad advice by any means, but leaves a lot to be desired. Yes, referencing is a correct advice, but there's more to just the saying of reference this and copy and practice it. Because as I always say, practice doesn't make perfect at all. It just makes improvement. And people have to realize this. I'm no digital artist yet. I'm trying to learn fundamentals. They're so hard to follow along. Fundamentals, I feel like it would be a good idea. I'm not saying you have to go to art school, but it might be a good idea to look into hobby art classes and find classes that teaches fundamentals, how they teach a kid, because those are the starting fundamentals. My tutorials are aimed for people who kind of have a base of fundamentals, but of course you can still enjoy your time here. Not saying you have to quit. No, stay. Hear this advice a lot. Yeah, I think it's because people who open classes for kids or fundamental class, they've really got their shit together. They know what they're doing. For me, it's not that I don't know what I'm doing. It's more so that my advice wouldn't be for people who's looking for fundamental knowledges. Well, I know about the fundamental knowledges because I went to hobby art classes as well. Not I went to the actual art institution, just art classes, but I don't feel like I would be a good teacher to be someone's starting stone. I would be a better advisor when they've actually got their shit together and look to improve. But yeah, the reference part, yeah. Art school focuses primarily on realism and real-life study in traditional art, regardless of whether or not you've gone to art school. I think all advice that's coherent enough to make sense works. I say that I'm not professional and I never went to art school a lot because I don't want people to confuse and think I'm speaking from a professional perspective or I'm being condescending. I'm not. My videos, even though they say how to, is actually more like a sharing of how I do this. So in return, when I share to others, I'm telling them how to do this in my opinion. So even though my titles say how to, of course I named them that because it quite literally is a guide and tutorial, but it's more so my personal perspective and I hope people don't get it wrong. Because if you want professional advice, maybe I'm not the best person to ask for. I don't know. Maybe not. Who knows? Nobody truly thinks they're professional at everything, usually a title given, but yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's professional lawyers and not really. Well, I guess so, lawyer students, law students, and professional lawyers. Oh god, I forget that I have to draw this! This is gonna be one character, this is gonna be one character, this is gonna, goddamn, this is gonna be another character. Oh, why did I do this? Why did I do this, dude? Why did I decide to do this? Why is this a good idea? Who thought this was a good idea? Totally not me. Huh. Crusty tablet keeps sending my messages early, don't worry. I get you, I've got you. I have a iPad as well, but it's pretty long ago already. And you know, digital devices break down pretty easily nowadays. I just got a new laptop and it's on the way, but I really hope it lasts longer than I wanted it to. I want it to last for 3 to 4 years. I want it to last that long. but who knows how long it will last. I just hope it lasts longer than the normal laptop. Like now, I feel like new products nowadays feels like they break down easier than compared to how it was times ago. Like it breaks down so easily now. Hey, I'm learning digital art and anime. Can you suggest the best ways to practice as a beginner? The best ways to practice as a beginner is well, I'm assuming since you mentioned digital art, that means you probably have some knowledge to traditional. So I'm gonna start with talking about the best ways is to practice lines and colors, because some people might tell you that you don't have to do line art, which is true. You don't have to, but then as a beginner, you should practice with lines, which is the fundamentals. Because how do I put it? So when you're learning how to draw, a very important thing is to look at others' artwork and try to learn about what's good about them. If you're a complete beginner, then try to copy their artwork. Now I know people say, oh, don't copy artworks, don't trace, blah blah blah, but no, it's a really good practice method. As long as you don't claim the artworks as yours, it's actually a really good way to practice. So as a beginner, a total beginner, start by copying artworks. So even if you just screenshot my artwork right now, top bottom right corner, you can just try to copy it on another piece of paper or well your tablet, and then try to erase it over and over again to make it look as similar to mine as possible. Start from the lines. Colors would be a more advanced concept, which I think you should look into after you've got a hang of recreating shapes and copying line arts. That's my real advice. Is as a beginner, try to copy off artworks because you can gain muscle memory from this way. But if you got a hang of it, you already kind of know what you're doing, then stop copying artworks and try to develop your style and learn about colors. Blah blah blah, etc, etc, etc. Start doing it? Well, I guess so. That's one way to put it as well. I'm thinking what next video I should make. Like, judging by how my YouTube channel is performing after the last two videos, I should probably continue making guides. But I really want to make something else, and I hope it also like does well in the algorithm because I don't want to break my streak, dude. I really want to make something about like reviewing character designs as a failing student. As a failing design student, I review... Okay, this is a joke. Like, I really want to make my title about reviewing, well, analyzing Genshin designs as a failing design student. But the truth is, I am passing my courses. But it's gonna be funny if I say if I'm reviewing it as a failing design student, because honestly I don't think I'm a really good design student. I'm just sticking to what the teacher asked for, that's why. Some advice that helped me also is to not zoom in as much. Yes, actually, yes. This is a very important thing. Don't zoom in very much, because the biggest difference digital and traditional is, apart from the digital tools, is also about zooming in. Because when you zoom in, you only look at this area. You fail to realize what's happening in the rest of the canvas as well. So it's more likely that you lose the coherence in your artwork and don't care too much about the small parts. Thank you so much for the follow, Bear. Thank you. Pranav, you're great with lines and shape, but when it comes to coloring and creating my own ideas, my brain freezes. Then my new guide on my YouTube might be for you. I have made a coloring guide, and you might want to look a little bit into it and then see if it helps. It might not. Hopefully it does. Doesn't need to be perfect? Yeah. No one is gonna zoom in. Okay, there is someone who's gonna do that, but they don't really care. They wouldn't like comment saying, well, there are people who are like that, but They wouldn't just go out of their way and say, hey, you're not replicating this detail. Why are you like not caring about this small detail, this small dot? You know? So the perfectionism is something you have to learn to get rid of, which I'm also learning to because I am a perfectionist. And then I can even post this as like a separate art piece because of like the full head, right? Maybe. Who knows? I'm gonna end my stream soon because I've actually been streaming for 4 hours in case you guys are like halfway new viewers, but maybe I'll end it like a few minutes later, but yeah. I kind of have to take a break as well. Maybe do something else. Who knows? And maybe cook. I'm actually really hungry right now. I don't know why. I feel like after my coloring video, I should make a dedicated video about hair. Because I feel like hair is so complex that and distinctive that it deserves its own video. But I don't know about it because like if I only talk about hair, it might be another like 5-minute video, and I don't know what people think about a 5-minute tutorial. Does it sound legit? I'm actually trying to be legit, but it doesn't sound very legit. Huh. Alrighty, I'm just gonna leave it at this. I'm gonna continue drawing later. But thank you so much for everyone for tuning in the stream. And yeah, if you haven't yet, subscribe and give a follow. And if you have, thank you so much for tuning in the stream. Everyone else as well. And have fun, have a nice day, or have a good sleep for those who is living in a opposite time zone. Anyways, goodbye. Bye bye guys. Thank you so much. Bye.